Temperatures in the mid-40s to around 50 for and Goose River Bank. For 1310 KNOX, I'm meteorologist Mark Ewens. Have a safe harvest and keep it tuned here for weather updates.
UND Athletics invites you to a spectacular candy-filled Halloween bash presented by Simplot and our Student Athlete Advisory Committee. Join us at the Fritz Pollard Athletic Center Monday, October 27th from 6:30 to 8:30 for candy, activities, games with your favorite Fighting Hawk student athletes, and a lot of fun. Plus, bring a non-perishable food item and help us give back to the community. That's UND Athletics Halloween Bash, October 27th, free to the public, and costumes are encouraged.
Cold weather is on the way. Make sure your vehicle's ready for the winter roads. Get a free video multi-point inspection. We'll check your tires, brakes, wipers, bulbs, even your heater and battery. All checked in just 2 hours. Visit any of our 3 Rydell locations in Grand Forks. Learn more at rydellcars.com or call or text us at 701-772-7211. Real life, real service, real Rydell.
It's time to think farm safety. Every year, farm accidents are caused by untrained workers driving tractors in a dangerous manner. Rollover protective structures are no substitute for thorough training and careful supervision. Today and every day in 2025, think and practice safety first.
Mike's Custom Truck would like to wish all area farmers a safe and prosperous harvest. Mike's Custom Truck, your diesel performance superstore in Northwood, North Dakota.
There's never been a better time to upgrade your flooring than the 2-day sale at Sterling Carpet One. Save up to 50%, plus no payments for 12 months with no interest financing available. This Friday and Saturday only at Sterling Carpet One.
Step up to local news. Step up to local weather. Step up to radio that matters to you. Step up to News Radio 1310 KNOX and on the KNOX app.
News Radio 1310 KNOX 1033 1079 FM, KNOXradio.com. We are live today here at Cushman Field as we get set for our start of the Kushman Classic 2025. Central versus Red River at the very end of the season this year. And we are joining our activities directors that we have from Central and Red River High School. We had Tyler Nelson with us first half hour. We're joined by Tony Bina from Grand Forks Central to get an update on what's going on with activities from Central High School's perspective coming into tonight's matchup as well. And I guess, Tony, we could start by talking about the placement of this game. I got a little concerned when the schedule came out, and boy, we're waiting all the way to the end of October to play this one. You never know what kind of weather you're going to get. There could be a foot of snow on the ground already, and certainly got lucky with this one tonight. But was there a choice by the league to kind of move the rivalry games to the last week? I know Kindred's playing Central Cass too, so was that kind of the idea?
And I'm not sure who the scheduler or what his thoughts were when he did this, but it is kind of works out that way where it is kind of a rivalry weekend. And when we saw it on the schedule, we're thinking the same thing. You're like, oh boy, what's the weather gonna be like? But then also, it's that thought, what's gonna be on the line?
Sure.
And there's a lot on the line tonight. And, and you got us looking for a 3 or 4 seed. We know we're gonna be on the road, but 3 versus 4 is a big difference. And I know Red River, they're potentially hosting a playoff game next week or they're done. So it's nobody in the East seeds 1 through 5 are set yet.
Yeah,
so
that's
quite crazy.
That is absolutely crazy. And just for those of you that know, Central wins this tonight. There are 3. Yeah, there are 3 no matter what, right? I mean, that's if you win tonight, you're a 3. Even if
we'd be a 3 no matter what.
Yeah. So if Central wins, there are 3 out of the East region. If Red River wins tonight, they're a 2 unless Central Cass were to beat Kindred.
Yeah.
But they're likely a 2. If they lose, they could still be a 4, but Wahpeton would have to upset Fargo South, which could happen.
Yeah.
But if South were to beat Wahpeton tonight and Red River were to get beat by Central, Riders are done.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to play for in this one tonight. And, we talked about that. Both of the coaches will comment on that in our coaches' interviews coming up later on in the show. But we haven't had that before. We play at the end of September. Sometimes it might be the second conference game of the year, maybe the first, and we don't really know what's on the line at that point, right?
Yeah, exactly. So luckily we got a beautiful night. It's going to be a great crowd. I think it's going to be, especially late in the year like this, just going to add more intensity to the game and more of that, big-time game feel, and looking forward to it. Should be an exciting game.
Let's talk about the namesake. So it's Cushman Field. We call it the Kushman Classic, but it's not just because it's Cushman Field. For Central, this is always a really special game because that's your guy that's on the field, right?
Yeah, and Cliff Cushman, he's definitely one of our legends of Grand Forks that left his legacy and, obviously lost his life way too early, but he's, we still have ties to his family. They're invited here every year, and we have a annual award that goes out to a track and field cross-country runner that's in his name. He's in our trophy cases. So people get to know who Cliff Cushman is, especially our athletes. They're no stranger to him. So when you hear the Cushman name and it's a Cushman Classic, it means a lot to the current students, but also our alumni and what this game really means for everybody in the Grand Forks community.
And, let's talk about that for a second, Tony. That's such a different aspect for Grand Forks Central than for a lot of schools that are out there. You have an alumni base that rivals a college because of how long Grand Forks Central has been in existence and how long, Grand Forks Central athletic programs have been out there.
Yeah.
Your alumni stack is just huge. You really have a following around the country.
Yeah, and we got the Purple Arena, we got the Gambucci Arena, Cushman Field, and it's almost a disservice to our alumni because there's so many other alumni we could name facilities after. So it's very proud tradition that we have. Very appreciative of what people have done before us to pave Central to where it's at and the great school that it is. So that's why we have a lot of pride and tradition in our buildings.
We were talking a little bit about health of programs with Tyler, and with your football program starting first and foremost there. A couple of years removed from playing for a state championship, back in the mix again this year. Jake Shower's been here 5 years?
This is his fourth.
This is his fourth year, okay. So it seems like you're pretty happy with what he's done in kind of coming in and trying to put his stamp on Grand Forks Central football.
I remember sitting in his interview, and a couple of things that he said was, I'm going to build up numbers. He's done that. I'm going to get kids in the weight room. I've done that, and it's the things that he said he's followed through with, and he's really built a culture here. Football is a big thing at Central High School, and it's, and even this week, kids are wearing the Kushman Classic shirts all week. Everybody's, up for this moment, excited for this, and, with what Paul Strandy has done for youth football in town, and then from there, the work that obviously Vern and Jake have done, but Jake's done a great job with him and his assistants these last 4 years, and they got the program going in the right direction where we want it to be.
So numbers at the youth level. I know a couple of years ago, one of the issues in Grand Forks was at the freshman level, we really struggled with numbers.
Yeah.
Has that remedied itself now?
Yes.
Okay.
And there was years where we either didn't have a freshman team or we didn't have a JV team. And now we have a full-fledged freshman team, pretty much a full-fledged JV team, and then we got our varsity team. Our numbers the last couple of years, we're looking at 30, 40 kids on the freshman teams. And that's awesome. It gives you numbers, gives you depth. Our coaches do a good job of getting guys in, getting them reps, keeping them engaged in the game and developing for the future. And Coach Fisher and his staff have done a good job on our freshman team. And we've had a couple pretty successful years the last couple of years. And with the numbers we got keeping on coming through the youth programs, we're going to continue to do well there. So
I talked with Tyler, and I asked him about, going back to last year, the state championship games come to a close. You had been in one the year before. Obviously, his team was in one last year.
Yep.
And the conversation was, where do Central and Red River fall as far as classification? AA is where they fell. The thought was 2 more years, but then Kindred and Central Cass came up and have shown that they can compete in this level. And so do you think AA is kind of a good fit? Is there still a drive to get to 3A football? Is there a date that you have in mind as to when that would take place? Where do you think all that falls right now with football in Grand Forks?
Well, I think you talked to Coach Sauer, and I think we both agree we want to get back up to AAA. Were we ready yet? I don't think so. We're still establishing ourselves. The numbers were coming up, but I think you even look at last year, we still finished, I think, 1-7, but we were bringing pretty much our whole team back. So that's helped this year where we had that experience where we played a AAA schedule and really got beat up. You might lose kids, you might lose numbers, and now we're right back to where Coach and his assistants have worked really hard to build these numbers up. We didn't want to chase the kids away too soon, but I would say in a couple of years we'll see where we're at. And I just had a conversation the other day with Justin Fletchock, and with high school activities we're talking about, you know, how great the parity is in AA. And he goes, no, I agree. But he goes, I'm not so sure you guys wouldn't do well at the AAA level. And I think there's some, you know, you look at Kindred beat Horace. Well, Horace has had a successful year. You know,
just lost to Davies by 10 to be the number one ranked team in the state, I think.
Yeah. So I mean, and with how that's compared, and, you know, it'd be interesting to see where we're at there, but I think we're still good for a couple of years before we make that jump if that is the case.
Okay.
But yeah, obviously, you know, we started off strong 6-0, but then now we've dropped our last two, and it's ironically the two teams that moved up from Class A. So that's what's been so exciting about high school football. And you look at, like, nothing is set yet for the East Region playoffs, who's where. West Region is the same way. It's if this guy beats this guy and that guy beats that guy, their top 4 seeds aren't set yet either. So I think Minot North might be number 1, but 2 through 4 is not set.
Sure, absolutely.
And that's based on how teams do tonight. So that's what you want. I mean, you want that parity. You want those competitive games. And last year we lost some of those competitive games. This year we're winning those competitive games because of the experience the kids are getting, where even though we went 1-7 or 1-8, we were right in the game. So they're still competing and still, you know, developing that experience and fine-tuning those skills to really prepare them for this year.
So let's talk about the winter before we let you go. I have my spies in on high school hockey. I've got some people that drop a dime once in a while.
Yeah.
And from what I hear, Grand Forks Central is poised to have a really, really strong boys hockey team this year. I hear that there are really good things about it right now.
Yeah, and you look at, you know, we won state obviously last year. Great team. It was a great mix, but our junior class from last year, now seniors this year, we have 20 kids coming back.
Wow.
And I'd say 10 to 12 of them had varsity experience last year that were contributors. And then you take that Bantam AA team that obviously was really strong last year, and then a few of the sophomores that really emerged last year, like Ryder Rivard, Ryland Spicer, really came on strong late in the year. So, I mean, they were strong already. We basically were reloading with more, and it's going to be the practices, you know, are going to be very competitive, and guys fighting for spots, and
sure,
might be worth the admission just to go see a few of those too. So, but there's still work to be done, and, you know, the targets are on our back now because we had a great year last year, and we got some new opponents on the schedule this year, going to Detroit Lakes to open up the year. We'll be in Detroit Lakes. Will be good this year. We get to go to Moorhead for the first time in 30 years.
Wow.
So excited about that one, and then to turn around and then play Bemidji at home 2 nights later. So we'll play Eastside twice. We go up to Warroad's tournament, so our non-conference schedule will be strong, and obviously, you know, West Fargo is going to be back. Red River will be strong, and you never underestimate what Coach Klein does now that he's got the north-south combo, the co-op there. So, yeah, it should make for a really exciting year. But to your point, we'll be pretty strong, and as long as guys stay focused, should have a pretty good year.
First time in 30 years with Moorhead.
I was a junior in high school in 1995 when that was the last time, and the crazy thing is all those guys that we played, we got beat 11-1. We ended up winning state that year, but their roster consisted of Ryan Kraft, Grammer, Collins, all those
All
names.
the kids that just came through. Yeah,
Yeah, now it's their kids coming through the system now, and that's why they're so successful. And they got a good crew down there. So it'll be a good test to see where we're at when we go down there, and then we get them here the following year, which will be fun. And
So it's a home and home. You'll play them 2 years.
yeah, 2 years in
And
a row.
Moorhead's coming up here year 2.
Yep. Yep.
Boy, that'll be a big night, huh? When
Yeah.
they come into Purpur Arena.
It'll be pretty exciting. Welcome in the black and orange. So
Well, you know me. I'm from Valley City and Valley City State. We learned not to like that orange and black all that much.
I bet you did. You weren't very far away. 60 miles, if that.
30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and they moved on without us now, so we like them even less. So there's some of that in there too.
Yes. Yep.
So, tailgating's still going on. You got food and everything down there right now.
We
Is that a
got
bouncy house down there or something like that. going on?
They got a football toss going. We got
Okay.
beanbags going. We got some booths set up with Salvation Army and with I think there's an awareness thing down there too.
Okay.
But we got plenty of wings, plenty of wedges and queso from Buffalo Wild Wings. Deke's Pizza gave us a lot too, so appreciate them working with us on this to have a great night of tailgating before this game starts. And yeah, makes for a great night.
Absolutely, it does. Well, let's have a great night of football too, Tony. Thank you so much. Appreciate
All right,
it.
thanks, Ryan. Appreciate you having me.
Tony Bina joining us from Grand Forks Central High School, the activities director for the Knights here as we continue from Cushman Field and getting ready now to start the pregame report that we have for you coming up. We have one final break. We'll come back and wrap up the hour, and then pregame coverage is set to go for this one just after 6 o'clock tonight. Again, with a lot of things to do, including our coaches' conversations and our player spotlights that we have for you tonight also. And we'll also have sideline reporting. Sam Jensen will be on our sideline tonight. We got quite the crew out here. We're going to make it a big one for the final regular season game of 2025. Central Red River and the Kushman Classic. We'll come back to wrap up our day here on KNOX next.
Don't pay for your sports coverage. Your Greater Grand Forks sports leader is free to you, video and radio. KNOX and KNOX Live Sports.
Extreme heat to extreme cold can be brutal on your car's performance. Make sure your vehicle's ready for the changing seasons with a visit to Gateway Auto Tech. A simple top-to-bottom inspection will not only prevent you from having trouble down the road, it can increase the life of your car. Antifreeze, belts, and tires are just the start. For complete car care service, stop into Gateway Auto Tech today.
When your car is sick or you hear a tick, if it's out of tune, come see us soon. Call Gateway Auto Tech.
At Trans Systems, we believe in safety, trust, and respect. Values we drive every day. I'm Russ Broberg, new project manager in Crookston. We work closely with our drivers to help them succeed and stay safe every time we hit the road. We're now hiring, and if you share those values, I look forward to working with you, ensuring we all have a safe and successful harvest. Working closely with our drivers to help them succeed and stay safe every time we hit the road. Apply today at driveteamgreen.com and join us at Trans Systems.
This is Ken at ProAg. You work hard to bring in the sugar beet harvest. Amity Technology and ProAg are right beside you with tools to help get the job done. Amity's field-proven solutions like active height control give you uncompromised foliation. And with dealer like ProAg, parts and service are available when you need them most. Amity Technology and ProAg equipment in Grand Forks and Grafton. Let's get the job done together.
Choice Health and Fitness has everything you need to conquer all your fitness feats this fall. From strength and conditioning classes to cycling, yoga, and fully customizable personal training, we've got it all. Plus, Choice members have full access to the All True Family YMCA. That's 2 great facilities for the price of 1. Why settle for ordinary when you can train with the best? Visit choicehf.com, gfymca.org, or stop by either club today to see why we're your best choice.
Not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Maxed out cards, rent is due. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
Maybe we should go to 27cash.com.
With our bad credit?
27cash.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000, and cash can hit our bank account as soon as tomorrow.
When you need extra cash, go to 27cash.com. That's 27cash.com. 27cash.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She could get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Live and local, and here to serve you. Local information and local talk throughout your day. News Radio 1310 KNOX and KNOXradio.com.
All right, time to wrap things up for this hour of our show here today. And again, a big thank you to everybody for joining us here today. Tyler Nelson and Tony Bina joining us here today for our coverage of the Kushman Classic as part of our regular day here on KNOX. And we're looking forward to bringing you what really should be a good football game tonight. Again, if you're not able to make it out, video coverage of this one available to you tonight. You'll be able to find that at KNOX Live Sports, which is on our webpage. Go to KNOXradio.com. Look underneath the sports tab and find the live sports link that pops up when you hover. And there will be a video player for you right there. You can take it in there. Also, you can do a search for our YouTube channel. It's KNOX TV on YouTube. That's KNOX TV. And you'll be able to pull up the live coverage there as well. Again, Sam Jensen will be on our sideline tonight. He'll be talking with our coaches, and he'll be talking with some folks in the postgame tonight as well, which will be a fun time for you. And we're really going to make a big deal out of the final regular season game of the year. It's been a great regular season of football. We've really enjoyed it. Thanks to everybody who's joined us for it. And let's have one more really good game tonight between Central and Red River in the Cushman Classic. Our pregame report's up in moments. Kickoff's at 7. Come out and see us if you can tonight.
News Radio 1310 KNOX AM Grand Forks, 107.9 and 103.3 KNOX FM. Translated on K239BG in Grand Forks and K277DN in
evening. This is your 1310 KNOX Friday agricultural weather forecast update for the East Grand Forks District of American Crystal Sugar. Clear skies overnight with morning lows in the mid-30s and daytime highs on Saturday in the mid-60s. Mid-60s temperatures linger into Sunday before a cooling trend starts in, with highs falling into the upper 40s to the middle 50s for much of next week. Morning lows will be in the mid-40s to the low 50s for Sunday and Monday, then cooling into the mid to upper 30s for much of next week. Rain returns for Monday and Tuesday with perhaps 3/4 of an inch of rain across the district. And the outlook for November the 1st through the 7th, near normal temperatures and precipitation. This Ag Weather Forecast update has been brought to you by Pro Ag, Grove Mechanical, Rydell, Trans Systems, and True North Equipment. I'm meteorologist Mark Ewens.
At Rydell, buying a GMC isn't just about getting a truck. It's about getting the right truck for your real life. Whether you need power for the job site or comfort for the open road, we've got the selection, the service, and the real relationships to make it happen. No pressure, just honest pricing, expert guidance, and a team that's here for you. We are professional grade. Call or text us at 701-772-7211 or shop online at rydellcars.com.
Inspection promotions have been announced at True North Equipment. Schedule before December 1st, 2025 for $200 off your inspection. Earn a free inspection when you spend $3,000 in parts and labor, and enjoy $500 off your Power Guard purchase when you purchase with your inspection. Inspections at True North Equipment are performed by our technicians and include a 12-month warranty on labor and John Deere parts purchased through the shop and installed by a TNE technician. See True North Equipment for details.
True North Equipment.
No HVAC experience? Looking for a career change? No problem. Grove Mechanical in Crookston is looking for motivated people ready to learn a trade that pays well and lasts a lifetime. We'll train you. You bring the work ethic, we'll bring the tools, the support, and the crew that grows with you. No college degree? No big deal. This is honest work with real opportunity, and it starts right here at home. Ready to make money and build a future? Apply today at grovemech.com.
At Trans Systems, we believe in safety, trust, and respect. Values we drive every day. I'm Russ Broberg, new project manager in Crookston. Trans Systems gave me the guidance to grow, and now I'm proud to pay it forward. Working closely with our drivers to help them succeed and stay safe every time we hit the road. We are now hiring.
Metcalf was
And
able
if
to
you
hold
share
that,
these
but they
values, I
stayed
look
with the
forward to
puck back
working
behind the
with you,
net.
ensuring
Blue
we
got it,
all
took a
win.
chance out in front to Zeal with a tap in that will score. Parks out of the shotgun, takes the snap, stepping, looking, back shoulder fade to Mackey, and he catches it for a Red River touchdown.
Tonight, under mainly clear skies, southeasterly winds, 5 to 10.
It's time for the best in local sports coverage with KNOX Live Sports and News Radio 1310 KNOX.
Puck goes free to the high slot, picked up left by Rister, and he scores. Reardon working right side, defended the entire way. A stop by Dookie. She looks into J.C. Reardon. The high-low is there.
The following is a presentation of KNOX Live Sports, presented by Rivard's Turf and Forage and Grand Trailer Sales.
Off to the right, down to the doorstep. Hoganson, a backhander, he scores. What a play for Griffin Hoganson.
Let's go live to tonight's presentation.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football tonight in the Rivard's Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports this evening. We come to you from Cushman Field, where we get set for the big one tonight, and this one's going to be a little bit different than it's been in the past. Grand Forks Central and Grand Forks Red River, but now playing at the very end of the season, and that's where this thing becomes a little bit different coming into tonight. It's one of those situations where tonight, when you see Central and Red River, they're going to be playing with a whole lot on the line as these two teams get ready to do battle here at the end of the regular season tonight and try to figure out what their playoff lives are going to be coming into the evening. And we welcome you to our coverage here tonight. Ryan Cunningham with you. Sam Jensen will be on our sideline tonight. Videography work from Cooper Frigie and Joey Springer. We've got the whole team here tonight, with the exception of Adrian Cummings, who's out there enjoying the broadcast someplace else, and he'll be getting with us coming up here at some point in the future. But our thanks to him for his help throughout the course of the season as well, along with Jacob Lindeman, who had all the East Grand Forks high school football games. It's hard to believe that we're at the end of the regular season for high school football already. It just goes so quickly, but here we are, week 9 of the season, and Central and Red River set to do battle here tonight for the final regular season game. Now, some changes to the Kushman Classic from years gone by. Number one, we typically have this game somewhere, let's say the end of September, something like that. And when you got there, you might be playing your first conference game of the year, maybe your second conference game of the year, depending upon the size of your conference. And you wouldn't know a thing about what this was going to mean going into the end of the season. That's not the case tonight. There are playoff implications in this one, positioning for Grand Forks Central, who's in. But after their loss last week to Central Cass, they will not be a home playoff football team coming up. They're going on the road as either the 3 or the 4 seed. Part of that's going to be settled tonight. For Grand Forks Red River, it may be do or die. If they win tonight, they're into the playoffs, and believe it or not, because they beat Central Cass, they get a 2 seed if they win, meaning they come back home and play next week here at Cushman Field on a Friday night in the playoffs against whomever finishes number 3 out in the West region. If they lose, they can still finish number 4, but in order to move on to the playoffs, they would need a Wahpeton upset of Fargo South tonight. And I think if you ask the folks that have seen the teams play, who wins tonight, Wahpeton or Fargo South? No one has a good guess at that. That could go either way when it comes down to Wahpeton or Fargo South. Fargo South has some playmakers, and they're getting used to a new quarterback, but Wahpeton has a ton of offensive weapons, just not quite the same sort of success on defense, and so we'll have to wait and see what comes out of that matchup. But Red River's going to go into this tonight believing that this is do or die. It's win or go home. They'll actually treat this like a playoff football game. And when you consider that it's already the Cushman Classic and the crosstown battle, and then you treat it like a playoff game on top of that, well, you can understand why the stakes are pretty darn high in this one coming up tonight. So it really is going to be an interesting affair between these two teams. But of course, you have the connection to Cliff Cushman as well, and the namesake of what this game really is. And in the last hour, for those of you that were with us on KNOX Radio, we had the opportunity to talk with Tony Bina and sort of discuss what it means to have the namesake of this game and the namesake of this field that's right behind us come from Grand Forks Central. And he mentioned that there are so many distinguished alumni from Central High School that it's almost unfair to name facilities after people like Perper and Gambucci and, of course, Cushman. But Cliff Cushman, an Olympian, standout athlete that turned into just a model citizen that comes from Grand Forks Central, lost his life tragically during war, giving his life for his country. And obviously this field is named after him. This game is named after him. There's a lot of tradition that comes into this game that will all be a part of it. And so it really is a special opportunity each and every time when we get together and talk about a Cushman Classic being played to have that namesake involved. So this really is a special occasion for a lot of people. You heard from Tony Bina that they invite Cliff Cushman's family back every year to be a part of this game, and so there'll probably be some dignitaries here from that family tonight. And then you throw in the playoff implications, the crosstown battle, and the seasons that these teams have had, and it just makes for a great night of football. And then you've got the weather factor that came into this one. When the schedule came out and this game was scheduled for October 24th, there was a lot of conversation about, man, are they going to get the weather they typically do when they have a game like this? Normally you play it at the end of September. It might rain, but you feel like you're going to get decent temperatures. The end of October, you could have anything from hot to cold to snow. And as it turns out tonight, temperatures low 50s. As we get together, we'll probably be in the high 40s for kickoff. It's going to be a beautiful night with very little wind for this game to happen tonight in Midtown Grand Forks, and you're definitely going to want to be a part of it. So if you're out there, come on out and take it in. They're tailgating right now. And join us for your coverage tonight. We'll have it for you video side and radio side here this evening from Cushman Field. But we're glad you joined us for this one here tonight. We've got more coming up as we continue along with our pregame report. Again, we mentioned we're going to talk with the folks that we have as far as the dignitaries involved in this one tonight. We'll talk with our player profiles. We're going to talk with the all-star running back from Grand Forks Central, Naz Fisher, coming up in just a second. Also, Jack Helgeson will join us from Grand Forks Red Rivers football team. Great running back and linebacker. He's had a great season as well. And then we'll talk with both of our head coaches also. Jake Schauer, the head coach of Central, Vern Muir, the head coach of Red River, both discussing why this game has some extra implications and what that feels like coming into this time now. This is really going to be a really interesting time that they have coming up in this one. So a lot to do as we continue along with our festivities here tonight, so do stay with us. Our coverage is going to continue in just a couple of moments at Central and Red River tonight. Glad to have you along with our coverage here in the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. We continue with our coverage of the Kushman Classic coming up here in just a couple of moments, so do stay with us here on KNOX. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivards Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more, fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop proudly supports our local high school athletes on the field, the court, and beyond. Just like sports, adventure starts with the right gear. The Ski and Bike Shop, where your next adventure begins. Welcome back to our coverage of the Cushman Classic high school football matchup tonight here on News Radio 1310 KNOX, KNOX Live Sports, and the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network this evening. Ryan Cunningham with you tonight. Sam Jensen will be on our sideline this evening. Joey Springer and Cooper Frigie will handle videography work, and we're glad to have the whole team with us here tonight as Central and Red River get set to battle in what should be a great matchup. Playoff implications for really both teams, certainly for Grand Forks Red River coming into this one tonight as well, and it should be a lot of fun to watch these two teams play out for what should be a very meaningful football game coming up tonight, and we'll see what playoff implications bring about as far as a change in attitude for this one, when under normal circumstances we get together early in the year and we might not know exactly what the circumstances are. Well, folks, we're glad to have you along for this one here tonight. We've got a lot of pregame coverage set to come to you. Our pregame report brought to you this evening by Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel. And our pregame report brought to you by True North Equipment, true to your values and ready to serve you with 10 locations throughout the Red River Valley. Throughout the course of the year, we've had the opportunity to check in with our athletes at Grand Forks Central and Grand Forks Red River and our player profiles. It's been a lot of fun to sort of get an inside look at what it is that makes a high school student athlete. We have an opportunity to do that for both teams coming up tonight. And so a chance to catch up one more time with our football players before they move on to the postseason and get ready to take on, I guess, the future endeavors that one and done football brings along, which, as we mentioned for Red River, it could be one and done tonight. Red River is the home team, so we'll be going to their coach and their player profile coming up second here tonight. That means the first player profile that they have for tonight is Grand Forks Central's Naz Fisher. And what a season Naz has had so far this year.
when we're talking about a situation involving yardage that he's been able to gain in the running game, rather, and then also what he's been able to do as a linebacker. And the thing is, as we've talked with him throughout the course of the year, I've continued to ask him a little bit more about what it is that he likes to do more. Is he a physical player that likes to play defense, or a runner that he likes to just go ahead and gain yardage? And in our player spotlight that we had here this evening, he did tell us that he does enjoy the running game perhaps a little bit more than the defensive game. But he was a heck of a guy to catch up with, and we're happy to give you the opportunity to hear from him coming up tonight. So without further ado, our first player profile on our pregame report, again brought to you tonight by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment. Naz Fisher is our guest tonight from Grand Forks Central. Let's go ahead and bring you some of the comments from Naz Fisher and Grand Forks Central in our player spotlight that we have for tonight. It's time for our latest player profile for Grand Forks Central Knights football here on News Radio 1310 KNOX and the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. It is obviously the Kushman Classic, and we're getting ready for what should be a great matchup tonight. We've had a great season talking with players from both sides of the football ledger, Central and Red River, on some of the things that have gone into their football careers, what makes them tick as students and what makes them tick as individuals as well. It's been a lot of fun. This week on the Central side of things, we have an opportunity to speak with one of the guys that has really fueled their season. Naz Fisher is our guest from Grand Forks Central, and we had an opportunity to really have a good conversation with Naz about some of the things that he's enjoyed about being a Grand Forks Central Knight, as well as some of the things that he's enjoyed in his life as well, and just spending some time and also being a student. But first, we asked Naz about what it was that led him to football and some of the early memories that he has from being a young football player. And as it turns out, he came to football a little bit later.
I think it probably started maybe 8th grade. I didn't really play much football. I only did it like for a month. I was actually a D end and a tight end starting in 8th grade. Then freshman year, I stayed at D end. Then sophomore year was really like when my name got out there, because then I started varsity. Then I became a linebacker. Then throughout like that season, I just kept getting better and better at practice and then games, getting reps. And I think the best part about it all is like just the tradition and how Grand Forks Central football like treated me and made me want to keep going.
We also talked to Naz about what he likes to study, the different types of classes that he's involved in. We found out that he's got a science streak in him, and psychology is another one of those things that has been brought up by other particular athletes that we've talked to this year, and it's in Naz's wheelhouse as well.
I think my favorite class this year is probably economics, but I'm more of like a science guy. I don't really have a science class this year, but I think like I'm trying to major in psychology or engineering.
We asked Naz about what it is that he enjoys when it comes down to spending his free time. Some of you don't know this, but Naz is actually a manager of the basketball team, and he's even done some video work for us in the past when Central Basketball has been on. So we know Naz a little bit, and that was part of how he answered the question about his free time.
When it doesn't come to football or any sports, I do manage a basketball team, but if it's out of school, I really just be home, just like playing video games, like I watch like shows sometimes. I think, yeah, I really just be with my friends, and if I am like by myself, I would probably like go on a walk by myself, just listen to music.
And of course, we asked Naz Fisher about what it means to be a Grand Forks Central Knight, and so many people have really, really wonderful things to say about wearing the Knights logo.
What really makes me enjoy being a Grand Forks Central Knight is probably like I go back on the tradition. Like we have like pretty funny, pretty good traditions, and it's just not about winning. It's about like being a family. Because I know last year wasn't our best year of football, but we kept going just because of the tradition, and we want to keep running throughout the years. And I hope like classes before me say the same, and classes after me will say the same after we graduate and so on. But like I think tradition and like the alumni at Grand Forks Central really makes me want to be like put my name out there for the school. And yeah, it's like I really love Grand Forks Central. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Naz Fisher joining us here tonight for our player profile for Grand Forks Central. And obviously a great guy to talk to. He did some work with us last year in a pinch when we were short one of our videographers for KNOX Live Sports for a basketball game when we had an illness that came up. Naz stepped right in. Dan Carlson, the head coach of the Central 9 basketball team, actually asked his manager to come up run the camera for us. He did a great job of that as well. I personally, in talking with people about Naz Fisher playing at the next level, I really believe that as a linebacker, he could be something pretty special. He's a big physical kid, but as we told you, he did tell us he loves to run the football. That seems to be a thing that he really enjoys, and so we'll see how he does with that coming up here tonight. Before we go to our player profile for Grand Forks Red River, let's take a look at Drive for the Title so those of you that are with us can see or hear what it is that is on the line here tonight. Drive for the Title here on KNOX Live Sports. And again, we continue with our pregame coverage brought to you tonight by Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel. And True North Equipment, true to your values and ready to serve you with 10 locations all throughout the region. And for those of you on the video side, you can see what's going on in the statewide stack up after last week's games on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, the current conference standings. For those of you on the radio side, it's pretty simple. Minot North has been a wire-to-wire number one this year when it comes down to the division of AA football, but there have been some dissenters that have grown throughout the course of the season, voting for Kindred as the number one ranked team. Both teams are 8-0. Minot North right now, 12 of the 18 first-place votes. Kindred got the other 6. Devil's Lake is third, and that's a team that we haven't heard a whole lot about this year. They have played some pretty interesting games throughout the course of the season, including a nip and tuck game with Dickinson not that long ago, but they also played pretty well against Minot North. And so Devil's Lake as a 3, number 2 seed in the West, and if Central comes up as a 3 seed, if they win this game tonight, that may be a place where they end up in the first round of the playoffs, is out in Devil's Lake. Central Cass moves to number 4 after they got their win over Central last week, and Central drops to 5. Red River did receive votes in this poll, but did not make it into the top 5. As far as the East region, Kindred and Central Cass play tonight. And Kindred either moves to 5-0 and wins the region outright, or Central Cass would move to 4-1 and drop Kindred 4-1. Central Cass would then win the region. But even if Central Cass falls to 3-2, Central does not have tiebreakers over Central Cass. So a win by Central tonight would still keep them behind the Squirrels. Red River, with their win tonight, if they were to get to 3-2 and Central Cass were to fall to 3-2, Red River would be the number 2 seed. They went to Central Cass and won earlier this season, and Central at that point would then fall to number 4. Central's in, Red River is not. You see Fargo South below them, currently 1-3. Wapaton's 0-4. They play tonight. A Fargo South win would force Red River to win tonight to get into the playoffs. A Wapaton win would put Red River into the playoffs no matter what happens tonight, and that's why Red River is very likely playing like their backs are against the wall, and this is probably feeling like the first playoff game that they would have coming up this season. That's Drive for the Title that we have for you this evening. Let's continue with our player spotlight. Our player spotlight on the Grand Forks Red River side tonight is Jack Helgeson, who's been playing at a linebacker's position for this team for the last couple of years, a physical runner when he gets into the game as a running back as well. We had an opportunity to find out more about Jack Helgeson as a player spotlight as we continue our pregame report tonight. Again, brought to you by Rivard's Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales. They are our premier partners for high school sports. Here's Jack Helgeson from Grand Forks Red River.
Jack Helgeson is our guest from Grand Forks Red River, getting ready to play a very important matchup tonight for the Rough Riders season. We're going to talk to him about that, the Kushman Classic, some of the things that makes Jack tick. And before we get to the meat and potatoes on this one, Jack, let's talk about, first of all, what's on the line tonight. You get in with the win, might not if you end up dropping the game. So this is going to be a pretty ferocious fight. Do you think your team's ready for it tonight?
100% without a doubt. 100%.
I like that answer. All right. Well, Jack, let's find out a little bit about you. I want to go back in time, and I want to find out about maybe some of the things that you used to find football back in the day. Tell us about, some of the young experiences, how you found football, and maybe a memory that you have from when you were young that really made this game stand out for you.
Yes, sir. So I started football about 3rd grade. My dad was the coach, so he's coached a few of the boys at Red River and Central. He really instilled the game into me and instilled the tenacity of wanting to work for it. And, just having to get stuff done. And ever since then, it's took off.
Well, I like the fact that you found it, and obviously you've had a good time with it. Obviously, really big games that you've been in. You've been a part of a lot of big moments for Grand Forks Red River football, haven't you?
Yes, sir. Yep,
Yeah.
The state game was one of the biggest moments of my life. So
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, let's talk about you in school before we get to what this one means tonight. Obviously, you got to be a student when you're a student athlete. So tell us what it is that kind of makes you tick, Jack, when it comes down to what you like to study and what might be a path forward for you.
So schooling wise, this year's been the easiest one by far, being in my senior year, but overall I'm pretty much a business marketing guy, and I plan to do something with the longs of IT in college. That's what my dad does, so it's kind of a niche that I've kind of found the enjoyment of. Study wise, I just like to hit the books and grind. It's a huge part of our team of what we do is we grind and we work together, and it's just part of our nature.
I kind of like it. The grind part of it is great for an athlete, too. When it comes down to spending time away from being a student and an athlete, you might not get a lot of that, but when you do, what is it that you like to do as far as your free time?
I like to hunt and fish. I'm a big avid outdoorsman. My family owns a farm out in Lakota, so that's pretty much where you'll catch me. Either that or I'll be with my friends and just watching film.
Well, you know what? You can't watch too much film. That gets you ready for the next opponent, obviously. And when you get ready for your opponent tonight, Grand Forks Central, you don't want this to be the last time that you go onto the field. And you know that it might be if things don't fall the right way. So when it comes down to you looking back and you think about putting on a Red River jersey, playing with these guys, tell me a bit about what that's meant to you and what it means to you to be a Rough Rider.
What it means to be a Rough Rider is family and just the togetherness that we have as a team as a whole. My fondest memories have always been tied with football, and I don't know where I'd be without it. They brought me a family, and they brought me just and instilled an overall work ethic that our entire team has. So it's a big part of my life, and it will continue and always will be. I'll always remember how to be a Rough Rider. So.
Well, that was fun to hear at the end of that conversation with Jack Helgeson. I'll always remember being a Rough Rider. I'll always know how to be a Rough Rider. They've done a pretty good job at both of these high schools of putting a sense of family into these players that are out there tonight. It's going to be a great time to wrap it up in the regular season with these two. That's going to bring us up to our next break as we continue with our pregame report tonight, brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel. And True North Equipment, true to your values, ready to serve you with 10 locations throughout the Red River Valley. Join us as we continue along with this one tonight here on KNOX Live Sports and KNOX Radio. It's Central and Red River. More to come as our pregame report continues next.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with Harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Will Rich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer.
We very much take a lot of pride in our work. Customer service has always been our number one.
We have the best materials. You're going to have the best people in the area to do the job.
If you can dream it up, we can make it happen.
Or head to gworkslf.com to get started.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new. Big or small, Finest Auto Trim can cover it all. To get a quote, go to finestautotrim.com.
This is the KNOX pregame show. Brought to you by True North Equipment. True to your values, driven by you. And Signature Graphics and Apparel. Make your vision come to life.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football tonight on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports this evening. We're at Cushman Field as we get set for Grand Forks Central and Grand Forks Red River to do battle in the annual Kushman Classic. We're glad to have you along with us here tonight as we continue along with our coverage here on KNOX Live Sports and also tonight here on KNOX Radio. Well, as we continue with our pregame report tonight, folks, brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment, we want to say congratulations to the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders soccer team on a great run that they had last week in the state tournament. They win as a number 4 seed out of the East region and had to do some really incredible things to make it to where they made it, but they did. They made it all the way to the state championship matchup, and although the state championship matchup didn't go like they wanted it to with Fargo South, that was a great run for a team that had some struggles at the beginning of the regular season. And so congratulations going out to Pat Coulter and that Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders soccer team that went to Mandan and represented their community really, really well over last weekend when they were in Mandan at the Starion complex that they had there. And congratulations going out to that runner-up performance that the Rough Rider soccer team put together. A great season. It was a great way to kind of break into the fall. And now we're here tonight, Cushman Field, getting ready for the final regular season matchup of high school football coming up tonight. Our Coaches Conversations are what we have for you next, and our Coaches Conversations are brought to you tonight by True North Equipment, true to your values, ready to serve you with 10 locations throughout the Red River Valley. And our Coaches Conversation brought to you tonight as well by Acme Equipment and Acme Tools. They're your Kubota dealers with a full line of Kubota products to help you do your very best work. You can find their Kubota products across from Simplot on Gateway and Grand Forks. They've got scissor lifts, loaders, all the things that you're looking for to even move some snow. They've got you covered there. And their main tool store on North Washington, just a couple of blocks south of Gateway. For all of you do-it-yourselfers, they've got you covered at True North Equipment. Jake Schauer, the head coach of Grand Forks Central, joining us, and we asked him, just like we asked Coach Meir coming up later, about what it takes to use this one as playoff fuel along with the Cushman Classic fuel.
In the past, we played this game middle end of September, and quite often at that point, we're either just starting conference play or we had a QRF going on, and there wasn't a whole lot that we knew about the playoffs at this point. Very different this year. They're battling for their absolute playoff lives. You're trying to improve your position as much as possible. It almost seems like there's a little bit more on the line this year than there has been in previous years. Even though every game's always meant something to the playoffs, it just seems a little bit more, shall we say, urgent this time?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. You know, I think when you have it at the end of the year, kind of like college does it, when you play your rival later in the year, you kind of know who you are at that point. And I say that, and then at the same time, you know, we've beat some teams they didn't beat. They beat some teams that we didn't beat. So I think there's just a little bit more curiosity with this game this year, more now than ever.
Well, you get ready to come in after a tough matchup in your last battle. You went to a game on the road against Central Cass, and you were beaten in that one by a final score of 23-13. And I'm not sure if there was an expectation that was going to be a place where you'd end up having to chase the scoreboard. I mean, I knew you felt like that was going to be a competitive game and that type of thing, but being down 23-7, that might have been a little bit of a shock to the guys. They haven't really experienced that throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, I think it definitely was. We definitely did not play our best football, especially in the first half. But, you know, any good team will be able to learn from something like that, you know, especially going on the road. You know, it's a different animal when you go on the road, and we just got to be able to adapt a little bit better in situations like that. And I'm never going to say our guys didn't fight, because at the end of that game, they were fighting and doing everything they could. But it's kind of like I said after the Kindred game, you got to eliminate mistakes and cut them in half. And And when you eliminate mistakes, good things happen. So some of our self-inflicted mistakes killed us. And this Friday against a good Red River team, you just can't do those little things that end up costing you the game.
Let's talk about attacking Red River from a defensive perspective, because I know that your defensive side of the ball has been a strength that you could depend on all year long. There's a mirror effect to this one. I remember back a few years ago where you finally decided on a quarterback and became a little different in the second half of the year and ended up winning this game. They've kind of done the same thing here where Matt Dosh becomes their guy. You're certainly familiar with him, but how do you think this is different now, getting ready for them with Matt Dosh taking the snaps rather than Reese Walters for was at the beginning of the year?
Yeah, they're two really different quarterbacks, and you can tell that Red River wants to do different things when they're in the game. With Reese, it was a little more, let's throw the quick game. Let's get the ball out of his hands as fast as we can and get it to our playmakers. And one of those playmakers was Dosh on the outside. And then Walters goes down, and here comes Dosh, and the offense has kind of evolved to this, ground and pound type offense. And he's really the cog that makes them go. I have a lot of respect for him. I think he's a great kid. He runs hard. He's tall, lengthy. He plays extremely hard. So obviously when you have a kid like that, you want the ball in his hands, and they like to run him. We just got to be ready for it, because when you run the quarterback, it's that much tougher to stop with one extra blocker. And that's kind of where I see them coming from when they play Dosh. And I'm not saying he can't throw the ball because he's got a gigantic arm. But he really likes to tuck the ball and run, puts defenses in tough spots. So we just really need to know where he is at all times tomorrow.
And then as far as your offense is concerned, Coach, obviously run first, that type of thing. We know you want to establish that. Is there something left in the offensive playbook or something, last regular season game of the year before you got to go into the playoffs? And so a step that you want to take offensively as far as showing something else, developing something else, or do you feel like you're complete and just want to execute it as well as you can?
I think the offensive side of the ball can kind of be a fickle matter, right? You don't want to add too much and do too much, because then you do nothing well. But you have to add something every week to kind of give you more ammunition for the next opponent. And I feel like we have a lot still in our tank offensively that we haven't showed, or things that we showed earlier this year that we're going to come back to on Friday. And I have a lot of trust in our offensive coordinator that he's going to call a really good game tomorrow night. And it's not just all about run. You look at any good football team and they can run the football. There's no secret there. But we need to be timely with our throwing, set up routes, because we do like our guys on the outside with Brooklyn and Zaid and Trey and Eli. We got guys who we want to get the ball in their hands, and one of the best ways to get the ball in their hands is throw a ball and see what they can do with it.
Those comments from Jake Schauer, the head coach of the Grand Forks Central Knights, joining us here on our pregame report this evening. And again, our coaches' conversation occurs courtesy of Acme Equipment and Acme Tools, your Kubota dealers in Grand Forks. We have Vern Muir coming up in our coaches' conversation in just a couple of moments here tonight. We talked about some of those players that we have for this evening. Let's take a look at our tools for the game that we have for tonight. And our tools for the game are brought to you this evening, as they have been throughout the year, by State Farm Insurance and Logan Karski, your new State Farm Insurance agent in Grand Forks. He's brand new to the area, a great athletic background from Dickinson Trinity. Now he's here in Grand Forks as one of the assistant coaches for Grand Forks Red River, but he believes in high school sports. He believes in the teamwork, and he's ready to put together a game plan for you to protect what it is that you need protecting. Home, auto, life, health, what it is that you need to protect, you can use State Farm Insurance and Logan Karski, your State Farm Insurance agent in Grand Forks. Those of you on the video side, you can see the names that are on the screen. On the radio side of things, no problem telling you about them. Matt Dosh coming into the night. Now, we got statistics for Grand Forks Red River a little late this week, but Matt Dosh has already thrown for nearly 700 yards, and he's done that in just a handful of starts that Dosh has had at quarterback so far, 59 of 96 on the season. So Matt Dosh has had a good throwing the football type of year, considering that he's been a starter in about 4 games so far for the Rough Riders. And so those numbers jump off the page. Noah Brandvold, their leading runner. Oliver Pieper, who is a tight end, has turned into a very dependable receiver to throw the football to. He's now over 220 yards catching the football for the season. For Grand Forks Central, Naz Fisher, 863 yards on the ground so far this year, to go with 50 tackles for Naz. He has had a big football season. for Grand Forks Central. Brooklyn Bruce has caught the ball for 463 yards, and of course he's had a couple of drops that really could have opened up a big season for him, but when he's catching the football, Central's in pretty good shape. And Anton Perales is the do-everything guy in the backfield. He'll get you the hard yardage, although in the long run, Naz Fisher is the more physical running back. Anton Perales is the more slash and sweep running back, and it is a very big changeup that Grand Forks Central will throw at an opposing defense when they change up their running backs. Now, one thing we can add as far as the game tools tonight, Brody Ledegy, the sophomore quarterback for Grand Forks Central, is going to make his first ever start tonight in this matchup. That's an interesting choice for Jake Schauer at the end of the season, to have Brody Ledegy go out and be the starter in the final game of the season. He's a sophomore, and he's making his first start in a game that has playoff implications on a Friday night, one of the biggest crowds that you're going to see at home, playing your crosstown rival. I asked him about that. I saw Coach Schauer downstairs when we were talking about it, and I said, are you really comfortable putting a sophomore in that situation? And I got a two-word answer from Coach Schauer: he's different. That's all it takes. Coach Schauer believes, and so we'll see what happens coming up with that change at quarterback tonight. Our pregame report will continue in a couple of moments. Vern Muir, the head coach of the Rough Riders, will join us next as our coaches' conversations continue here this evening on our pregame show, brought to you tonight by our friends at True North Equipment. True to your values, ready to serve you, with 10 locations throughout the Red River Valley to serve you, and Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel. The Cushman Classic continues next on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network at KNOX Live Sports, along with KNOX Radio.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer.
In Grand Forks, it's about more than just where you live. It's about the people you trust when life happens.
At Logan Karski State Farm, we're proud to protect what matters most. I'm Logan Karski with State Farm, and we'd be honored to be your good neighbor.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need: turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Nelson Auto in Grand Forks is proud to sponsor area athletics. We know the value of a good team, and we'd like to invite you in to meet our team. See how our team takes care of you and your family. Nelson Auto in Grand Forks, home to Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Hey, this is Pastor Paul. I'd like to welcome you to Hope Church, especially if you're a person that doesn't have a place where you hang out spiritually. We would love for you to come and experience hope and find God. Hope Church, 9, 10:30, and 6 p.m. on Sundays. For more information, you can check out gfhope.org.
Pick 6 for $19.99, a perfect meal for two.
That's gotta rhyme.
Well, how about munching on Pick 6, my mouth going yap, yap. People always staring at my wings, they go flap, flap. Dave is so surprised because he didn't know I'd rap. Pick 6 meal for two for $19.99.
H&S Electrical Services is proud to support local high school sports. From homes to industry, we deliver safe, reliable electrical solutions. Locally owned and operated, our skilled team ensures quality and service you can trust. H&S, trusted in your homes and businesses.
This is the KNOX pregame show, brought to you by True North Equipment, true to your values, driven by you, and Signature Graphics and Apparel. Make your vision come to life.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football tonight and the Kushman Classic on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports this evening. Also on KNOX Radio from Cushman Field, which is absolutely packed right now. It's a whiteout for Grand Forks Central. It's a blackout for Grand Forks Red River. We're going to have fun tonight. A game with playoff implications on the line. Central is 6-2 coming into the matchup, and Red River is 4-4. And of course, this one means a home game for Grand Forks Red River, or perhaps missing the playoffs altogether. For Central, a 3 or a 4 seed, and of course the pride of winning the Kushman Classic. There are cars all over the place. We are going to have a great night for football here at Cushman Field. Maybe one of the better attended Cushman Field games that we've had in recent memory. Our pregame report continues this evening, brought to you by Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life at Signature Graphics and Apparel and True North Equipment, true to your values and ready to serve you with 10 locations throughout the Red River Valley. Our pregame conversations continue with our coaching staffs, and tonight we have a chance to talk with Vern Muir, courtesy of Acme Equipment and Acme Tools, your Kubota dealers in Grand Forks. Again, they are available to you with a full line of Kubota products to help you do your very best work. Scissor lifts, skid steer loaders, the loaders that you're looking for. Find their Kubota products across from Simplot on Gateway in Grand Forks, and their do-it-yourself tool store. If you're a do-it-yourselfer, they have any tool that you're looking for in their main tool store, which is on North Washington, a couple of blocks south of Gateway in Grand Forks. Vern Muir, the head coach of the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders. We talked with him and again asked him the same question about the implications of having a big one on the line with a playoff situation on the line in a game that typically doesn't have that type of drama to it when it's played earlier in the year.
Coach, let's start with this. You know, in the past, this game has been in middle September, late September, and we haven't really known what the sort of political ramifications are as far as the playoffs are concerned coming up later on in the year. But now we know, and you're playing for your lives tonight, or at least you have to feel like you're doing that. So that's an added part to this game that maybe hasn't always been there in the past and certainly is now this year.
Yeah, it's one thing that we talked about with our guys on Monday was, I mean, this game, no matter where it's at in the schedule, has, you know, a huge emotional build up to it because of the rivalry piece, and to add on top of that, now that we're playing to keep our season extended, there's even more to it. So we're just kind of using that as our ability to try to focus on the task at hand and what we need to do to be successful for our team. So that's kind of been the message all week, is what is it that we need to do and how we need to perform to be able to accomplish what I guess would be two ultimate goals in this game, and beating our rival and then qualifying for the playoffs.
Coach, the last couple of weeks you've had to, go with Matt Dosh at the quarterback's position, and I don't know if that changed you a lot. You had said that you already had some things in there for him at the beginning of the year in case you needed to use him. Things have been in a place, though, where you found some momentum that way at times. You get to the end of the year. What do you think that's been like, and how do you see that playing out tonight against Central?
Well, I just think that not that Reese didn't have it, but, Matt's a senior, so I think his senior classmates kind of naturally followed him anyways. So I just maybe there's a little bit more of, the we believe type thing when Matt's in there the entire time. And, I mean, he's just, like last year, Thomas Kraft was kind of the senior that just had an outstanding year. And Matt Dosh is the same kind of person this year. He's having an outstanding year, and we played him, in a couple different spots on offense, and defensively, he's been our stalwart on the back end, and he does, punting duties for us and all that. So just having him on our team has made our team a lot better. And then him being at the quarterback has allowed him to do some things with his feet that are been real beneficial for us when he's gone scrambling a little bit here and there. It was just unfortunately last week we didn't have good first and second downs, and they put us in not manageable second and third downs, and we had a bunch of 3 and outs. And when you're trying to play high level football, that's not how you do things on the offensive side of the ball. So we got to try to correct those for tomorrow night, because obviously if we go with the same formula, it's probably going to be the same outcome for us. So that's kind of what we're trying to do. But we believed in Matt all year long with whatever he's been doing for us, and him being at the quarterback spot now, I just think that belief is in him as the quarterback, not just as a receiver or playing defense for us or what have you.
Coach, last week you mentioned first and second down, not great downs for you. You had some pretty good offensive success the last couple of weeks. Was there something that Fargo South saw that they used to kind of slow down the progress of the offense? Was it something you did? Sort of what led to maybe a little bit of a step back when it comes down to your offensive success last week against South?
Well, some of it was our own execution. We're not always the greatest at being consistent at who we're blocking and why we're blocking them. So when we had some breakdowns there, that caused some problems for us. Also that they are athletic enough that they were just able to man us up and then jam up the box a little bit, so to speak. That presented a little bit more of an issue for us, and we couldn't get the things that we try to do going consistently. So our answer to that was to try to throw some of our short screens. Well, Matt probably had some passes that he wished he had back where they were just a little bit errant. So then kind of had to get away from those two. And we just tried a couple different things. And by the time we were done experimenting and had to do things, we were down a score. And we did have 3 drives that we were able to do some things with. The opening drive of the game, we scored. And then we had a drive before halftime that kind of stalled out. And then at the end of the game, we gave ourselves a chance. So, we just had that part in the middle that wasn't very good. And some of that was on our part and some of it was South did. So I would just say that they were able to get 7-8 guys in the box, and our receivers had a hard time getting away from the DBs to get open on passes. So that's where Oliver Pieper kind of became a little bit more of a target in the parts of the game where we moved the ball. And some of it still, we're dealing with some injuries with some guys that maybe are a little bit athletically able to get away from defenders that are playing press coverage. And we just don't have those guys readily available because they're still nursing some injuries. So kind of a combination of where we were at health-wise, our own execution, and then what South was doing.
All right, tonight you take on Grand Forks Central. Obviously, we know kind of what you want to do offensively. Defensively is where Central might challenge you a little bit. A plethora of running backs in the backfield that do some different things. It's not the same game when one is in versus the other. So how do you prepare a defensive game plan for a team that's still pretty run-heavy, but they'll run it differently depending upon who's in the game personnel-wise? How do you get ready?
Yeah, well, we have to kind of have the recognition of who's behind the quarterback, and then what is it that they like to do with that person, and then, doing what we were supposed to do. And then for the most part, our guys for the last, I'd say almost 4 games, we've done a pretty good job of doing the things that we need to do to slow down the run game a little bit. And we just need to do that in a consistent manner tomorrow night or tonight. And then with the other running back in, when they tend to run in between the tackles a little bit more, then we got to be in the right spots. And these are all things that we've coached up and had to do throughout our season. It just once again comes down to that we as coaches, our work is done Monday through Thursdays, and then the players, they get to go out there and do it on Fridays. So hopefully we've taught them everything that we'd like them to know, and then they just have to go out there and perform on Friday. So Fridays are when our kids get to go out and show what we've been doing for the whole week. So hopefully we can play at a high level and they do the things that we ask them to do. And if we can do that, do it consistently, then we should be able to give ourselves a chance.
Vern Muir, the head coach of Grand Forks Red River Rough Rider football, joining us at our pregame report tonight. There was a huge ovation from both crowds as their teams came onto the field tonight. We're on the Red River side this evening, and it's jam-packed over here on the Red River side, but they've jam-packed the Central side over on the east side of the stadium tonight as well. So this has got atmosphere like you would not believe. People expecting a very competitive game. That brings out a lot of folks that want to watch this one. And so tonight is going to be a special, special night when it comes down to what we're looking for in this one tonight. So we hope you'll stay with us. We're going to take a final break in our pregame report, brought to you this evening by Signature Graphics and Apparel. It's your vision. Make it come to life. And True North Equipment, true to your values, ready to serve you with 10 locations throughout the valley. We're coming back with more next. We'll have our starting lineups, the bell ringing, the kickoff. It's all on the way. Central, Red River, the Kushman Classic is next on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
It's game day, and whether you're feeding the family or the entire team, Hugo's is the place to go. Score big with favorites from the meat department, delicious fresh veggies, and don't forget about the bakery to celebrate the big win. Hugo's Family Marketplace, your game day headquarters.
Thief River Glass handles it all. Aluminum storefronts, auto glass, windows, shower enclosures, and more. Just like our athletes, we're built for every season. No job is too big or too small. Call 218-681-1333 for year-round dependable service.
When you're looking for a change of pace, a change of routine, or a change of scenery, we'll help you find what's next. Berkshire Hathaway Home Services. For you, for life.
Ready to launch your future? At Northland Community and Technical College, opportunity starts here. Train for high-demand technical and skilled trades or start with an affordable Associates of Arts degree and transfer with ease. Visit northlandcollege.edu.
The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your Kubota dealer to schedule a demo.
For expert sales and service, visit Acme Equipment or online at acmekubota.com.
H&S Electrical Services is proud to support local high school sports. From homes to industry, we deliver safe, reliable electrical solutions. Locally owned and operated, our skilled team ensures quality and service you can trust. H&S, trusted in your homes and businesses.
Our coverage of high school football tonight on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. Let's turn it over to our public address announcer for our national anthem.
Now in the northern end zone to perform tonight's anthem are members of the Red River Manitones and Velvetones. With respect to the many Americans who have given their lives for our nation, and for those who are defending our freedom today, please give us your undivided attention as we salute our great nation and flag.
The Velvetones, Manitones serving up the national anthem that we have for you this evening as the colors are retired from the field tonight. We welcome you back to our coverage of Kushman Classic football on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports. Let's take a look at our keys for the game this evening, and they're brought to you this evening by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World, where hockey is always in season, and they are ready to serve you at Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World as our colors are retired tonight. First of all, the keys for the visitors that we have on the scoreboard tonight, the Grand Forks Central Knights, and we will wait as the colors are retired now to the far corner of the end zone where the junior ROTC Corps is currently retiring those colors. My apologies, folks. I expected them to be retired right at the end of the end zone, but they made a bit of a right-hand turn on me, so they'll take those off to the field on the far side. And before we bring up our keys on the screen, we'll continue to follow them on the way off the field into the northeast corner of the stadium. And our fans are still at attention, our players still at attention, and they'll be escorted out. That'll be the end of our color presentation tonight. All right, our keys for the game. First of all, our keys tonight for the Grand Forks Central Knights. Establish the run, defend the run. And we'll talk more about that coming up here with Red River in a couple of moments. But if you're Grand Forks Central tonight, the keys are just that simple. You're going to have Mad Dosh coming at you. Red River is a run-first team. They have been under Vern Muir while they've had the opportunity to try to establish that run. They're going to want to do that tonight. And so for Grand Forks Central, the keys tonight, establish the run, keep the ball away from Red River, and defend the run when Red River has it. And that can be tricky when there's an extra back in the backfield, and Mad Dosh is going to be a runner tonight. Now, our keys for the game for the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders tonight. Keys the game brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. And guess what the keys are for the Rough Riders? Establish the run and defend the run. I don't know that we've had a season where these two teams are as similar, and so the keys are the same really for both teams tonight. If you're Red River, you know you have Anton Perales coming at you. You know you have Naz Fisher coming at you. Sophomore quarterback. And so the Knights are rather, I guess you would say, disposed to go about trying to get the ball in the hands of the running backs as fast as they can this evening. They're not going to want to mess around with Brody Ledecky having to win this game with his arm, and so you know the running game is coming at you. Those are the keys to the game this evening, and they're brought to you by Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Stop in and see what's new for the season at Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. They have you covered, every stick, every pad. I had the opportunity to take my kids into Jarrell's not that long ago to get them outfitted for the upcoming year. Terrific service that they have for you, precision skate sharpening. They will take care of your players at Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Let's take a look at our starting lineups for tonight's matchup. And our starters for tonight are brought to you by Greenworks Landscaping and Forks Fence, powered by Greenworks Landscaping. The visitors for tonight are Grand Forks Central. The center is Ryder McNally. The guards are Sawyer Harlow and Eli Fisher. And the tackles are Gage McNally and Brody Milliker. Tonight, the wide receivers are Zaid Martin and Brooklyn Bruce. The tight end is Carter Bossert. The fullback is Eli Thompson. The running back is Anton Perales. And Brody Ledecky gets the start at quarterback this evening. Defensively for the Knights, they're in a 3 technique. The nose is Eli Fisher. The ends are Brody Milliker and Sawyer Harlow. The linebackers are Eli Thompson, Naz Fisher, Zethan Feldman, and Johnny Sherrick. The corners are Brooklyn Bruce and Trey Clausen. And the safeties are Noah Lease and Tyson Vanyo, and the head coach of the Knights is Jake Schauer. Tonight, the starting lineup for Grand Forks, Red River, and the Rough Riders. The center is Jordan Myers. The guards are Dom Leach and Ryan Ward, and the tackles are Ian Eichman and Xander Wayne. The wide receivers are Noah Iverson, Brody Neal, and Liam Wadlow. The tight end is Oliver Pieper. The fullback or running back is Noah Brandvold, and Matt Dosh will start at quarterback this evening. They'll go with 3 linemen and 3 linebackers, 5 defensive backs tonight on the defensive side. The nose is Dom Leach. The ends are Xander Wayne and Ian Eichman. The linebackers are Jack Helgeson, Jonah Pence, and Connor Bishop Diaz. The corners are Caden Tostenson and Liam Wadlow. And the safeties are Cam Urian, Matt Dosh, and Brody Neal. And Vern Meir is the head coach of the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders. Central will get the football. The coin toss was won by Red River. They deferred their choice to the second half. There is no wind to speak of in this one tonight at all. And the temperatures are in the upper 40s. So the elements are not a factor. We've got clear skies, no hint of rain, no hint of major wind. This is just going to be a really, really good atmosphere for great football tonight. Right now, you can see in our camera shot, for those of you that are with us on the video side of things, that we are taking a look at the northwest corner of the end zone tonight, where we'll have the honorary bell ringing that will go on tonight. And Mike Compton from Grand Forks Red River is going to be the honorary bell ringer in tonight's matchup. And so a big thank you to him and a big thank you to everybody who came out for this one tonight to get ready for the honorary bell ringing. The players are on the field already getting ready to go for the kickoff, but we have not yet rung the bell in this one. And so that will bring us to a hold as we get ready to kick the football off in this one tonight. It gives us an opportunity to let you know that our coverage of tonight's matchup is brought to you by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR for PS Garage Doors in Devils Lake and Grand Forks, where the PS stands for perfect service. No matter the make and model of garage door that you have, PS Garage Doors can give you the service that you're looking for. Give them a call at 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR for PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks and Devils Lake, bringing you our coverage and our kickoff in this one tonight. The Riders will be kicking from our right to left for those of you on the radio side of things, and they'll be in red with white this evening. And the Knights will be receiving and moving from our left to right, moving towards the south goal. And the Knights will be in white tops tonight with the maroon pants and the maroon helmets, and they're getting ready to receive the opening kickoff. But first, should have an honorary bell ringing that's coming up here before the kickoff gets ready. And the clock already at 7:05, so we're ready for this one to get started here tonight. And a heck of a time that we're going to have for high school football with a lot of implications coming up in this one tonight. The whistle is blown, and Grand Forks Red River will get set to kick the football away. The crowd comes to life. This one, it's all about crosstown battle in high school football. Rylan Green is the kicker for Grand Forks Red River. The kick is away. And it's sent to the far side of the field. There's the bell that you can hear in the background. Trey Clausen comes up with the kickoff return and crosses the 30 out to the 32-yard line. And that's where the Knights will take over, first down and 10 at their own 32. Bell ringing done by Mike Compton tonight. And you got the white smoke that came from across the field as the chalk gets thrown up in the air by the Grand Forks Central Knights fans. They're on the far side tonight. A plethora of white over there from the student body. The fan section is in alternating maroon and white tonight. And we'll see what the sophomore Brody Ledegy can do as the starting quarterback here this evening on first down and 10. Naz Fisher is the back in the backfield for Grand Forks Central. Single wide receiver each side. They want to throw. Brooklyn Bruce makes the catch and is hit at the 37-yard line. An immediate takedown. He's got about a 5 or 6 yard pickup before Caden Tostenson brings him down on the near side of the field. But it's good for 6 yards for Brooklyn Bruce as they get an easy catch being made by Bruce and an easy throw for Brody Ledegy to try to loosen up that sophomore quarterback. And it's second down and 4 for Grand Forks Central. Ledegy again out of the pistol. Naz Fisher the back in this opening series. Zaid Martin is the wide receiver to the right. To the left, it's Brooklyn Bruce for the Knights on second down and 4. Ledegy waiting for the snap. Perales looking up the middle. Ran into a wall, bounces outside on the right, outside the numbers. Down the sideline, midfield, hit at the 45. A flag comes in late. He's knocked out of bounds on the near side of the field by Matt Dosh. As it stands, Naz Fisher to the Red River 38-yard line, but a flag came in behind the play, and we'll see if Central had a blocking infraction downfield. Right now, the Red River coaching staff is indicating that it will go against the Knights. Maybe indicative of a holding penalty. And we'll see where that would put the ball back. Right now, it looks like the flag is at about the 45, and so it'll be enforced from there. It'll remain second down, and this may end up being a penalty of perhaps 2 yards against Central. They'll move the ball back to the 35-yard line, so it'll be a mark-off of 2 on the holding penalty against the Knights. So instead of second down and 4, it's second down and 6 for Grand Forks Central. Pair of receivers this time working left. Martin will be in the slot, and we will see the outside occupied by Bruce. 5-man front for Grand Forks Red River. Fisher looking towards the right side on the carry, drives back to around the 37. Short gain of a couple of yards, met by Jonah Pence. The middle linebacker, Cam Urian, from a safety spot, coming up for the stop as well. It'll be a gain of 3 on the play for the first official run tonight for Naz Fisher. And third down and 3 for Grand Forks Central on the opening series of the game. A big play, the first big play out of a game that will see very likely many big plays throughout the course of the night. Third down and 3 for Grand Forks Central, their own 38-yard line. Eli Thompson motions from left to right behind the line of scrimmage. Play action throw to Thompson, hit and dropped at the 36-yard line. A loss, and it's Matt Dosh, the all-everything kid for Grand Forks Red River, that comes up with a stop. Dosh stayed home on that play, not losing his discipline. He had the linebacker coming out in the flat, or I should say rather the tight end coming out in the flat, and he comes up with a stop. The ball is caught by Eli Thompson, but he will lose 2 yards on the catch. And on fourth down and 5, the Knights will have to run their punting unit into the game. The kick is away from Brooklyn Bruce. A line drive wobbler that'll be picked up on the run at the 32-yard line by Grand Forks Red River. And a bounce out to the near side of the field. It's Eddie Rogers getting loose for the Rough Riders. He's to the Central 40 and knocked out of bounds at around the 39-yard line. Look at the crowd of Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders corral Eddie Rogers as he comes out of bounds on the Red River bench. It'll be officially a return to the 40. He takes that ball 29 yards on a hop on the return, and Grand Forks Red River has first and 10 at the Central 40-yard line. No score on the all-true scoreboard. 9:41 to play of the opening quarter, and now Matt Dosh, who's taken over as the starter for the Rough Riders and has had some big games as of late, will come onto the field, and he'll be under center with a deep set eye back on first down and 10 from the 40-yard line of Central. Dosh takes a look to the sideline, maybe checking out of a play. Central's gone odd on their front as well. A 50 front up front, the outside linebackers up. Ball given right side, Noah Brandvold off right tackle. Across the 35, all the way down to the 33. Downhill running for a gain of 7 before he's brought down by Sawyer Harlow up on the defensive line. It'll be 2nd down and 3 coming up for the Rough Riders. Brandvold on the season, 423 yards on the ground and 3 touchdowns. He's also got 127 yards catching the football this year. Maybe not the spot we expected. They'll put him at the 34. That'll be a gain of 6, and it's 2nd down and 4 for the Rough Riders. Now out of the pistol for Red River. Dosh the snap, looking near side. Pass caught at the 29-yard line. Noah Iverson, the tight end, rather wide receiver with an out route. Dropped by Brooklyn Bruce at the 29. That'll be a gain of 6 as Noah Iverson comes up with a catch. And Grand Forks Red River will move the sticks on their opening possession to Central's 29. A Red River win tonight would give them the number 2 seed out of the East. They would come back here and play next week. A loss, they could go to 4. They could go out of the playoffs altogether. Dosh under center again with a deep set eye back on 1st down. Play action, Dosh to throw. Looking downfield towards the right side of the field. Pass is caught in the end zone. Touchdown, Grand Forks Red River. It's caught to the far side of the field by Max Manassa, who comes into the game for the first big play. A 29-yard touchdown catch for the Rough Riders, and Red River will take a 6-0 lead. Watch it again in the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. Play action, Dosh looking at one target all the way and over. Great coverage from Trey Clausen. Max Manassa comes up with a catch to put Grand Forks Red River on the board for the first time tonight and the first points of the night. And Red River will bring Ryland Green into the matchup for the extra point opportunity. Snap high, but the hold is down. Kick is a line drive that he may have pushed wide left, and he did. And so a point will be left on the field. But a big play for Grand Forks Red River. 29-yard touchdown catch for Max Manassa from Matt Dosh, and it's 6-0 in favor of the Rough Riders on the All-True scoreboard. We have a timeout for Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround, family-owned and operated promotional shop, and a timeout tonight brought to you by Big Jim's Tire. This is your coverage of high school football on KNOX and KNOX Live Sports. Stay with us.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football on the Rivard's Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. Max Manassa, obviously a highlight reel catch for Manassa to get this on the board for Grand Forks Red River. Hauls it in from 29 yards, and the Rough Riders will kick it away. Short kick on the run, Trey Clausen from the 25-yard line for the Knights. He'll cross the 35. It comes out to the 37-yard line, where it'll be 1st down and 10. Boy, go back to that again. The American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. One target all the way, stretching the field, and Trey Clausen has terrific coverage on that play. There's absolutely nothing more that can be done in that situation by Trey Clausen. But Max Manassa, who comes in with 29 catches, 375 yards on the year, the big play guy, that's his 3rd touchdown catch of the year. And the Knights find themselves chasing the scoreboard, down by a score of 6-0. Ledege out of the pistol, 4 receivers, trip triangle bunch to the left to get this series started. Anton Perales on the left, hitting the backfield, struggling his way back to the line of scrimmage, maybe got a yard. Out to around the 38, the line of scrimmage is the 37-yard line on that play. Jonah Pence, the middle linebacker, has been in on a couple of tackles already tonight for Grand Forks Red River, and Anton Perales with just a yard. That'll make it 2nd down to 9. Perales on the season, 325 yards of hard running. He's done that on 69 carries coming into the night. 2nd down and 9 for Grand Forks Central at their own 38, trailing 6-0 on the All True scoreboard. Brody Ledecky, pair of receivers to his right. Perales is the back on this series for the Knights. Play action to Perales. Ledecky to throw. Slant looking for Bruce. Incomplete. A little late for Bruce getting to the spot. Coverage by Liam Wadlow, the corner on the near side of the field. Bruce had a step in the middle of the field, but maybe just got there a little bit too late for Ledecky, who is timing out that throw into that seam, and that'll bring up 3rd down and 9. Well, the Knights have not been afraid to let Ledecky throw the football. The sophomore making his first start, and he's making his first start in a big spot when you consider that it's the Kushman Classic and all the trappings of playoff football, that type of thing. So here comes 3rd down and 9. Pair of receivers to the right. Ledecky out of the shotgun from his own 38 for the Knights. He'll roll to the right side of the field, looking downfield. Good protection, throws, pass caught. Up ahead is Zaid Martin ahead of the 50. He makes his way down to the 41-yard line, and the Knights have a first down. Via pickup of 23 yards on the play for Zaid Martin up to the Grand Forks Central 42 officially. Call it 22 for Zaid Martin, and the Knights pick up a first as they'll make their way to Red River's 42-yard line. Boy, that's a gutsy throw for Brody Ledecky over the middle of the field. Plenty of defenders there as Central brings 5 defensive backs at you, but he threw a zip to Zaid Martin, got that ball where it needed to go, and Central has a 1st and 10, now at the Rough Rider 42. Pair of receivers to the right. Naz Fisher checks back in as the running back for the Knights. He'll get the ball, looking to stretch left side, troubled and dropped in the backfield for a loss of a yard on the play. Cam Urian comes up with a stop. This 5 defensive back front for Grand Forks Red River can be a little deceiving. It's not like they line up all in the backfield looking to defend passes. We've talked with Vern Muir before, and he mentioned that with the athletes that they have in their program right now, they're more conducive to playing some hybrid players, maybe just one more hybrid player that has the opportunity to cover and also play as a linebacker at the same time, and it's more of a modern defensive look. Loss of 2, and it's 2nd down and 12 for Central. Ledecky taking a step back, looking middle, gonna throw deep. He's got Brooklyn Bruce wide open. Bruce is into the end zone for a Grand Forks Central touchdown. From 44 yards out, Brooklyn Bruce answers, and Grand Forks Central has tied the football game. I'll look at this one of the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. You can see Ledecky looking in one spot as well. He loads up and stretches the field on the boundary, and Bruce got wide open. He takes it in for the touchdown, and Grand Forks Central has tied it up at 6 apiece. And now the soccer goalkeeper, Rylan Dobrovolny, will come onto the field and attempt an extra point opportunity. Dobrovolny will be out of the hold of Noah Lease, the backup quarterback. High snap, Lease got it down. Dobrovolny shortens up, knocks it in, and Grand Forks Central has the lead. 6:18 to play in the opening half of football. We have a media stoppage on the field. Your score is Central 7, Red River 6. We're back with more high school football next on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics, we craft your vision, you watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Radio, KNOX Live Sports. We've had a couple of gunslingers on the field so far. Matt Dosh versus Brody Ledecky. Dosh finding Max Manassa for a 29-yard touchdown strike on the opening drive for Red River. On the second drive for Central, Brooklyn Bruce stretches the field. Brody Ledecky hits him for a 44-yard over-the-top strike. And Central has their first lead of the night, taking a score of 7-6 into the media stoppage. And now Central will prepare to kick the football to Grand Forks Red River. And we'll see if the defenses, which are supposed to be pretty good for both of these teams, will find a way to take over, or if this one's going to be that kind of dogfight tonight. Rylan Dobrovolny is ready and kicks the football away. End over end, shallow to the near side. Eddie Rogers from the 11-yard line for Grand Forks Red River starts outside the near side numbers and is rolled out of bounds at around the 23. Special team stop for Central comes in from Tyson Vanyo, and the Rough Riders will take over with a little less field position than they had the first time around. Remember the last time around, great punt return from Eddie Rogers, got him to the Central 40-yard line. This time the Riders will start at their own 24, and it will be first down and 10 for Grand Forks Red River. 6 yards of rushing for Noah Brandvold, a couple of catches, including the Noah Iverson touchdown catch. Throw to the near side of the field, pass in and out of the hands of intended receiver Noah Iverson, incomplete. Brooklyn Bruce steps up and puts a hit in on Noah Iverson just as he received the football and jarred that ball loose, and that'll bring up second down and 10. Brooklyn Bruce, a great story. Last year, leg injury in the middle of the football season, told he may never play a game again. He was back for basketball last year, and now a flag comes out. There may have been some movement from Oliver Pieper on the near side of the field, and Central will move Red River back 5 yards. So a loss of 5 yards for Grand Forks Red River, put the ball back at the 19-yard line. And it'll be second down and 15 after the penalty. Sam Jensen will join us from the sideline coming up at the end of the opening quarter, so stay with us for that. 4 receivers now, 3 to the right, screen pass to the right, actually left side of the field for Noah Brandvold. Brandvold avoided stepping on the boundary at around the 21, sprints ahead of the 25, and is out to around the 26 before he's chased out of bounds by Eli Fisher and Sawyer Harlow. And third down coming up, that'll be a gain of 7, maybe 8. Give him 8 yards on the catch. And third down and 7 coming up, Noah Brandvold on his first catch tonight. He's been utilized there well, 22 catches on the season, and Red River wants to work with some pace. Dosh out of the shotgun on 3rd and 7. 4-man rush, he drops back and has time. Now going to run with it. They've got a spy on him over the middle of the football field. He ran into his own man, coming out to the near side of the field, and is dropped at the 26-yard line for a loss of a yard. Chased down by Zethan Feldman and Johnny Sherrick. However, Dosh had some room to roll with. They kept, Central did, a middle linebacker right on top of him, trying to spy Dosh and make sure he couldn't exploit the middle of the field. He broke to the outside, had a window, but ended up running into an offensive lineman and couldn't turn the corner. And so the Rough Riders will punt with the clock down to 5 minutes and rolling here in the opening quarter. And right now, Red River struggling to get their personnel in the field in the kicking game. 2 men back to receive at around the 40 for Central. The kick from Matt Dosh is away. Line drive, spiraling kick. Good one. Brooklyn Bruce trying to reverse his field. Steps back, now turns outside the numbers 40-45 on the far side of the field. Got back to midfield and is into Red River territory at around the 48, and that's where Central will take over with the ball, at least momentarily. Red River reacting as if something got called on the backside of that. I don't see a flag on the field right now. Oh, there is one here on the near sideline. A flag is down on the Red River side of the field at around the 27, which was near the line of scrimmage. And it looks like it's a penalty against Red River. Central likely would decline that penalty and take a very good piece of field position, and that's what they'll do. They'll take over at the 47-yard line. So 1st and 10 at the 47 of Red River for Central. 7-6 on the all-true scoreboard, with Red River leading by 1. Central leading by 1 at this point. Pair of receivers to the right, and Ledegy out of the shotgun. Play action, wants to throw again. Thompson, the intended target, and it's incomplete. It may have actually been Vanyo, or rather Zaid Martin, that was the intended target on the far side of the field. That may have been a misread by Brody Ledegy, because Eli Thompson, the tight end, was open. They were late picking him up as he came across the middle of the field. The ball went in that direction, but seems to have been meant for a receiver on the far side of the field instead. Rider cheerleaders getting things going down below. You can hear that. Second down and 10 for Grand Forks Central at the 47 of Red River. Pair of receivers again to the right. Fisher in the backfield. Ledegy takes the snap, and it's Naz Fisher bouncing outside the numbers, has a hole. 40, knocked down as he got near the 35. He's out of bounds on the Central sideline, officially the 37. It'll be a gain of 9 yards before Cam Arian takes him out of bounds, and Central have a third down and 1. Fisher had a nice run to get things started tonight. Ended up being called back on a holding penalty. 3 carries for 10 for Fisher so far. 863 yards on the season for Naz Fisher and 12 touchdowns coming into this one tonight. Have a down marker issue on the far side of the field. They've got first down on the down marker. And our referee, Donnie Doyle, is pacing in that direction. And we'll wait to see. They've got the down marker reset. Now it looks like they're working on the chains. And from the spot of the football, the 37, this is a very short 1 yard that Central needs for a first down. It's third down and less of a yard for Grand Forks Central. Fisher in the backfield, a pair of receivers left, and Ledegy out of the pistol. He'll shift Eli Thompson from left to right. Thompson sets up behind the right guard. Fisher right behind that lead block. First down, just plunging forward. Got to the 36-yard line. Fisher has 3 yards, and that's enough to move the chains. So 1st and 10 for Grand Forks Central. Actually, they're going to spot him at the 35, so he doesn't get quite as much as we thought, but it will be enough for a first down. Eli Thompson's been used effectively in a lot of ways this season. Lead blocker, pass catcher, but he's also got 4 quarterback sacks, a linebacker core for Central. Their top 4 tacklers defensively are all linebackers. They've got physical players at that spot. 4 minutes to play opening quarter. Central leading 7-6. They've got the ball. 1st and 10 from the Red River 35. Fisher stretching the field right, little stretch play, then breaks up off the hash mark across the 30, rumbles his way to the 26-yard line. Another 9 yards downfield running before he's knocked down by Cam Urian and Connor Bishop Diaz. But a 9-yard pickup for Naz Fisher. And it's 2nd down and 1 coming up for the Knights. Well, Central now has a lot of options available to them in this spot of the field, and Brody Ledegy has shown us tonight that he can put the football down the field with some touch and with some zip. And you wonder on 2nd down and 1 if the Knights wouldn't take their chance at stretching the field once again, or if they want the momentum in the running game. Anton Perales comes back into the matchup as the back. He'll get it up the middle of the field, takes a sidestep to his right as he approaches the center spot, across the 20 down to the 18. That's enough for 7 yards and a first down for Anton Perales. And the Knights are back inside the red zone, brought to you by RBB Electric. On call, on time, and online, rbbelectric.com. Under 3 minutes to play in the opening quarter. Central will take over at the 18. A pair of receivers left. Zaid Martin comes back into the matchup. He'll be the slot receiver. Brooklyn Bruce is the wide man. Eli Thompson again shifting behind the right guard from left to right. They'll give to Perales counter play, and he slips in the backfield and is dropped back at the 20 for a loss of a pair of yards. Red River flexing some depth on the defensive line. Caden Holt comes in with a stop and will bring down Anton Perales for a loss of 2. They ran counter. Eli Thompson motioned back to the right and then ran left for a lead block, but they ran away from that lead block. A little misdirection, and Perales a little slip. He was also in some trouble, though, as Holt had been able to gain some upfield penetration. That'll drop the ball back to the 20-yard line. 2nd down and 12 for Central. Zaid Martin wide left. Brooklyn Bruce wide right. Eli Thompson will shift from right to left. Perales runs behind him on the left side. Cuts back over the middle on a shuffle step and dives his way to the 15-yard line for a gain of about 5 before he's brought down. Holt again in on part of the stop. And some help coming out from Red River's defensive line in the form of Ryan Ward, who's taking some reps, a starter on the offensive side. Now filling in on that spot, Perales will pick up 5. A very important 3rd down for Grand Forks Central and Red River. It's at the Red River 15-yard line. 3rd down and 7, the Knights leading and on the move at the Red River 15. Ledegy waiting out of the pistol. He'll take the snap, drops back, looks left, throws over the middle. A diving catch is made by Brooklyn Bruce. He's going to be short of the yard to gain by maybe a half a yard. Tied up on the end of the play by Liam Wadlow. The spot of the football is important here. They spot it at the 9, and they're indicating 4th down. It may be 4th down by about a half a yard. They need about the 8.5 to get there. It'll be a 6-yard pickup for Brooklyn Bruce on his 3rd catch tonight. And that will give him 56 yards and a touchdown And the Knight defense not coming out anytime soon. The offense will come out and try to hold the ball. Fisher up the middle, cuts left, breaking tackle, spinning. He's into the end zone for a Central touchdown. Naz Fisher will go into the end zone from 9 yards out, and Central will take a 13-6 lead. I'll look at it in the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. They keep the offense on the field. They run to that lead block and a cutback by Naz Fisher, and then he just does all the hard work himself to twist his way to the goal line. The late call comes in, and the Knights will take a 13-6 lead. And a penalty marker comes out as Rylan Dobrovolny was late coming onto the field, but Red River is going to be called for an encroachment penalty on the extra point opportunity. Well, this kick is almost automatic for Dobrovolny, but the encroachment penalty moves the ball inside the 2-yard line, and now Central may decide to come on and try to make it more than a one-score game. Right now, 13-6. Extra point still keeps it within one score, and the Knights may decide to go for 2 and see if they can make this a 2-score, 9-point ball game. Anton Perales is late coming onto the field. Brody Ledegy calls for him and then steps back to give him the play. Ledegy will wait out of the shotgun. A pair of receivers to the left, and they'll motion Eli Thompson back to the right. Perales gets the carry. He's attacked in the backfield and will go down for a loss on the play. The 2-point conversion will be unsuccessful for Grand Forks Central. But the Knights take the lead to 7. 35 seconds remaining opening quarter. Your score on the Ultra scoreboard is the Knights 13, the Rough Riders 6. This is our coverage of Knights football and Rough Riders football on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports, and we're back with more in just a couple of moments.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop proudly supports our local high school athletes on the field, the court, and beyond. Just like sports, adventure starts with the right gear. The Ski and Bike Shop, where your next adventure begins.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports tonight from Cushman Field, where Grand Forks Central has taken a 13-6 lead over Grand Forks Red River. And we'll get set for Rylan Dobrovolny to kick the football away. And Red River now chasing the scoreboard for the first time after they put the first 6 points on the board tonight with an exciting 29-yard touchdown throw from Matt Dosh to Max Manassa. Kick is away from Dobrovolny deep. Eddie Rogers back to the 3 for Grand Forks Red River. Setting up near side return. Bounces outside the numbers. Tried to cut back in. Got to the 26 and is down there. And it'll be first down and 10 coming up for Grand Forks Red River. Stick around because at the end of the opening quarter, we'll get a sideline report from Sam Jensen, who's standing by on the field with Joey Springer, who has our videography work on the sideline tonight, and Cooper Freege with our videography work for us here tonight on the main camera. And again, a big thank you to the team coming out for this one tonight, giving us an opportunity to make the Kushman Classic a big deal here towards the end of the season. Matt Dosh is out of the pistol on first down. He'll give the ball away to Noah Brandvold. Big hole for Brandvold off right tackle. Smashes his way across the 35. He's out near the 40 and is down there for a gain of 15 yards for Noah Brandvold. Naz Fisher comes up with a stop, but Noah Brandvold just smashing his way up the field. Picks up 15 yards, and Grand Forks Red River gets a bit of a gouger in the running game. That will give them a spark going forward. Central coming back with 2 touchdowns after the Red River score. A 44-yard touchdown toss to Brooklyn Bruce. 9-yard touchdown run for Naz Fisher. Those are the scoring plays we've had so far here tonight. Clock moving with 20 seconds left to go of the opening quarter. Play clock's down to 5. And Matt Dosh was looking for a play clock reset that he did not get. Play clock runs out. Now they're asking for a play clock reset. They'll get it, and that'll start running again. And so with 20 seconds to go, Riders will look to put the ball in play. They wouldn't technically have to at this point. They'll give it away to Brandvold, right side again. This time a bit shorter run as he crosses the 40, got to the 43, and he's knocked down there by Eli Thompson. Brandvold will pick up about 4, perhaps 3. It'll be a 3-yard pickup, and that should take us to the end of the opening quarter of football. So quarter number 1 comes to a conclusion here tonight, and Grand Forks Central leads by a score of 13-6 over Grand Forks Red River. Let's go to our sideline for a report tonight that we have with Joey Springer on the camera, and we have Sam Jensen standing by on our sideline tonight. Sam?
Thank you, Ryan. A very good, exciting first quarter of action between Grand Forks Central and Grand Forks Red River. All 3 phases coming into play there. Special teams, offense, and defense. Plays being made from both teams. Red River coaching staff talking about how for them to be successful tonight, they're going to need to contain the running game from Grand Forks Central. Unsuccessful there in quarter number 1. Some long drives sustained by the running back tandem of Naz Fisher and Anton Perales. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you very much. Again, Sam Jensen on the sideline tonight with our sideline reports this evening. And Joey Springer taking in the videography work down there as well. And you can hear the Red River coaching staff still trying to make it a bit of an effort to try to slow down that Central running game. But that Central running game got at them near the end of the opening quarter and put on that not really go-ahead touchdown, but certainly a go-ahead type of score. Noah Brandvold on second down, cut back over the middle for Red River, charges ahead of midfield, drives his way to the 46, where he stacked up and dropped there. It'll be a gain of 11 yards for Noah Brandvold driving his way up the field. Tyson Vanyo comes up with the stop for Grand Forks Central, but the Rough Riders are now back inside Central territory and making their move down the field tonight. So 1st and 10 coming up for Grand Forks Red River. Let's give you a look at the Vegan Look-In tonight. Vegan Look-In, designers, builders, engineers, taking care of quality work in Grand Forks for nearly 100 years. Vegan construction with the Vegan Look-In. 2 long touchdown plays to get this one started tonight. One for 29 yards on a throw to Max Manassa from Matt Dosh. One a 44-yard touchdown strike to Brooklyn Bruce over the top from sophomore starter Brody Lennegy, who gets his first start of his career, comes up with a big play, and the night score in a 9-yard touchdown run from Naz Fisher to take this out to the 13-6 lead that they enjoy right now. And that is your look-in tonight, brought to you by Vegan Construction, designers, builders, engineers, quality work for nearly a century in the northern Red River Valley. 13-6 on the Ultra scoreboard with Central leading by 7. 2nd and 6, Matt Dosh dropping back. Good protection. Over the middle, pass is incomplete. It was intended over the middle for Grand Forks Red River receiver Brody Lennegy, I believe. No, correction, my apologies. Cam Irian was the intended target and ends up taking a big hit over the middle of the field as well. And so a 3rd down and 6 coming up for the Rough Riders. This is kind of an important play here for Grand Forks Red River. Fall behind 13-6. You don't want to stare at the idea of Central's running game getting into you for a 2-score lead at halftime. And so this is one of those important plays where you want to hold on to the football in this sequence. We talked about the keys of the game tonight, establishing the run and holding on to the football. Dosh, a quick snap, a blitz from Grand Forks Central. Dosh avoids it, throws to the end zone, and Trey Clausen, the only man home on the intended target, Max Manassa. That'll be incomplete. And a flag is down in the backfield. We'll see if one of the riders held trying to protect the quarterback. Don Doyle, our referee, talking things over with his partners tonight. Matt Dosh had kind of reacted as if he was a little bit disappointed as to what that penalty was going to be, but as of yet, no indicator. I think Craig Hahn, one of our side officials, went over to talk things over with the Central bench as to what they wanted to do. That might indicate that the penalty is against Red River, and that is going to be the case. And Central wants what they believe to be a holding penalty enforced here. And that's what it's going to be. That'll take the ball back to the Red River 48. So Jake Schauer, the head coach of the Knights, thinks it over. Had a chance to force a 4th down, but wants the distance instead of the down. And puts Red River back at their own 48 for a 3rd down and 16. So 3rd and 16 for the Rough Riders from their own 48-yard line. 10:37 to play first half. Central leading 13-6. Dosh with 4 receivers, twins each way. 4-man rush from Central. Throw to the right side of the field. Caught near the yards to gain by Max Manassa. He's up at the 37-yard line. It's going to be short by a yard, maybe 2, but that changes the fortunes for Red River. It'll be at the 38. That'll be a gain of 13 yards on the catch for Max Manassa. Another catch for Manassa gives him 42 on the night. It's 4th down and 2, and now Grand Forks Red River will keep their offense on the field. Dosh, perhaps with the sneak and the tush push here. He's a big, physical, 6'4" runner that can pick up 2 yards over the middle, perhaps easily in this type of situation. But first, Grand Forks Red River will call for timeout. So the Rough Riders will call for timeout with the clock down to 9:52 to play of the opening quarter. Our timeouts tonight are brought to you by Big Jim's Tire. They're your #1 supplier of ag tires in the region. If you run into tire difficulties throughout this harvest season, they have you covered at Big Jim's Tire. Call them. They'll be on call. They'll come to take care of those issues for you. Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of ag tires in the region. And our coverage tonight, our timeouts brought to you by Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround, family-operated promotional shop in Grand Forks. Apex Apparel and Promotions, ready to do the work that you need to promote your business or your team. Apex Apparel bringing you our timeouts this evening. So here comes 4th down and 2. The Riders went under center, attempting to force or draw, rather, Central offside, get the first down for free. That didn't work out. And so we'll see if they're still thinking about going for it from the Central 38 or if they're going to punt the football. Okay, this is an extremely interesting formation. They kept things iced for a moment, and now Dosh under center on 4th down and 2. He'll give it away in the backfield. Brandvold trying to force his way there. The Central defense rallies to him, and a flag comes out on the end of the play after Brandvold is brought down. And Red River thinks this will go against Central in the backfield, so maybe something extracurricular. The play is stopped, and Brandvold is brought down, but a flag comes out as the tackle is being made with a host of Knights there. And Don Doyle wants to call over the officiating crew to talk about what's happening. And right now, Matt Dosh is indicating that this will be a face masking penalty against the Knights as he walks his way to the bench. Now the flag is down back at the 45. And this is going to be a personal foul face mask against Grand Forks Central. That's a tough penalty. And they had him stopped. That's the thing. Noah Brandvold was stacked up behind the line of scrimmage. There was little chance for him to get where he needed to go for the first down. So the face mask becomes something that just was unnecessary to the play. Central's going to be kicking themselves. They had come up with a stop. Instead, Red River gets a fresh set of downs at the Central 24-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Knights. The Central 24. It's 13-6. Grand Forks Central leading Grand Forks Red River, but the Rough Riders have the football. They'll give to Brandvold in the backfield. Hop step to his left, waiting for the blocking to materialize. He'll drive his way to the 22, a gain of a couple of yards, and that will be about it. Up front, Eli Fisher, the nose guard, with part of the tackle. Also, Sawyer Harlow, two-way player for Grand Forks Central. He's been rather impressive defensively tonight, and Brandvold will pick up 3 on the end of the run. Brings up 2nd down and 7 for the Rough Riders. Coming up at halftime, our halftime report brought to you tonight by High Plains Water and Grand Forks Welding and Machine. We'll talk with our coaches on the sideline tonight. 2nd down and 7. Turn, they'll give to Brandvold again in the backfield, and again he's dragged down from behind. Eli Fisher gets to him. The play will twist ahead to the 20-yard line. It would gain about a yard for Noah Brandvold. Eli Fisher again in the backfield. And here comes another important 3rd down and 6. Coming up for Red River. This will be a very interesting play call, and perhaps it's 4-down territory for the Rough Riders here from the Central 20-yard line. Depending upon the kicking game, And the momentum. Dosh waiting out of the pistol on 3rd down and 6. Play action, wants to call his own number. Chased in the backfield, and Naz Fisher grabs him, brings him down to the shoulder pads at the 20-yard line. Dosh had a corner to turn, but Naz Fisher comes running in from behind and catches him at the 20-yard line for no gain. And so here comes 3rd down, now 4th down and 6 for Grand Forks Red River from the 20-yard line. Well, this will be the first real conversation piece for the Rough Rider coaches tonight. And they're going to go for it on 4th down and 6 from the Central 20. Too far away for a field goal, not enough to kick with. Dosh will take it out of the shotgun, rolling to his left side. He's being chased, throws underneath, and the pass is incomplete up at the Central 5-yard line. The Knights will get a stop and get the football back. So Central will come up with a defensive play necessary, and it'll be 1st down and 10 for Central. They'll take over at their own 20-yard line on downs with the clock to 7:37 to go, and the Knights leading 13-6. Our scoreboard updates tonight are brought to you by Altru. Regular screenings with Altru's care team can detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. Schedule an appointment. Visit altru.org or call 780-5000. That's 780-5000. The Knights with the football back, leading 13-6, and Brody Ledecky getting that first start as a sophomore in the Cushman Classic with Anton Perales behind him. Takes the snap, gives to Perales right side. A wall to run behind. He'll move his way out to the 23, a gain of perhaps 3 yards. Not a lot there. Play broken up front. Red River continuing to use depth up front. Caden Holt, another part of that stop. Some help from Ian Eichmann up there as well. Two-way player for Grand Forks Red River. And a 3-yard pickup for Perales will give him 14 on the night. It's 2nd down and 7. The Knights will be very patient on this possession, you would expect. Try to chisel out some clock. Red River shifts back to an odd front. 50 up front, trying to twist around and put some coverage against that running game for the Knights. Out of the shotgun, Ledecky. Play action, wants to throw, steps up in the pocket. Over the middle of the field, Brooklyn Bruce has got it again. Bruce may be on his way to the house. He's tripped up from behind as he makes his way to the Red River 8-yard line. It'll be good for 69 yards for Brooklyn Bruce. And Grand Forks Central is cooking. Take a look at it again on the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. The sophomore's had ice water in his veins tonight, not afraid to stretch the field, and you see a wide open Brooklyn Bruce who's tripped up for behind and a touchdown saving tackle, and it's 1st down and goal for Grand Forks Central at the Rough Rider 8-yard line. The Knights trying to take a 2-score lead. Ledecky out of the pistol, Naz Fisher behind him. Fisher gets it, charges up the middle of the field, and will be dropped at around the 8. No gain on the play. Maybe, well, looks like a maybe generous spot on the near side of the field. We'll move him down to around the 6-yard line for a gain of a couple of yards for Naz Fisher. Halfway through the 2nd quarter, Central leading 13-6, but this is perhaps not what we expected to see. Brody Ledecky, sophomore quarterback, getting his first start ever. Cushman Classic, you would think conservative, run the ball. Not the case. They are letting the sophomore sling it, and Grand Forks Central's found an advantage because of it. 2nd down and goal from the 6. Ledecky, play action, calling his own number, trying to run a stretch play to the right, turns it upfield on the hash mark, and it's dropped at the 2. Be a gain of 4 for Brody Ledecky, calling out his own number. And 3rd down and goal coming up for Grand Forks Central from the Rough Rider 2, perhaps 3. It'll be a 3-yard pickup for Ledecky on the play. So 3rd and goal from the 3 for the Knights. And again, very patient here for this Central team. More than happy to watch time tick away. Clock will be inside of 5 minutes to go on the snap of this one. 3rd down and goal from the 3. Perales is the back, out of the pistol. Eli Thompson motions from left to right behind the line. Ledecky to Perales, right side. Perales driving his way to the end zone. He's in for a Grand Forks Central touchdown. And the Knights will take the lead to 13. Perales gets in from 3 yards out, and Central will move to a 19-6 lead. Score comes with 4:54 left to go in the second quarter for Anton Perales. And Perales with his 4th touchdown of the season for Grand Forks Central. And now the Knights, with a 13-point lead, bring Rylan Dobrovolny into the matchup. Noah Lease is the holder on this as well. This gives Central a lot of options in the kicking game. Your backup quarterback, the starter that you went with. And did they call an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against Central? Apparently they did. The indicator from Don Doyle was that an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty was called against the Knights. It must have been a dead ball type of foul. So Central will now look at a conversion opportunity of sorts. Dobrovolny lines up as a receiver, but is going to come over and kick the ball, and anticipating that we'll see an enforcement of that coming up on the kickoff. So Dobrovolny to kick out of the hold of Noah Lease for the extra point. Good snap, hold down, kick on its way, nothing but net, and Grand Forks Central will take a 20-6 lead over Red River in the 2025 Kushman Classic. We have a timeout on the field here tonight for media. It's 19 now 20-6 in favor of the Knights. This is our coverage of Knights football on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Rust, salt, and time are the biggest enemies for a fuel tank. Never fear, because Grand Forks Welding is here to take care of your enemies for you. We not only fix or patch your tanks, but we can custom fabricate any kind of replacement fuel tanks or service unit. Go to grandforkswelding.com.
Your family deserves clean, filtered water. High Plains Water offers Millennium Drink Water System, which delivers great tasting water and also eliminates harmful impurities. Professionally installed and maintained by High Plains Water of Grand Forks. See them at highplainswater.com.
Big Jim's Tire is the area's #1 farm and ag tire supplier, and with harvest here, you want the best. Best tires, best service, and Big Jim's will get it done fast to get you moving again. Big Jim's Tire, Grand Forks.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network. Our timeouts tonight brought to you by Big Jim's Tire, your #1 supplier of ag tires in the region. And also brought to you tonight by Apex Apparel, your hometown quick turnaround, family-owned and operated promotional shop. Our coverage this evening also brought to you by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR, where the PS stands for painless shopping. If it's time for a new garage door, they have you covered. Their warehouse located on the other side of the I-29 overpass on Demers, 4733 Demers in the Industrial Park. Their experts can show you a number of makes and models of garage door at PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR for PS Garage Doors. And the Knights will kick the football, leading by a score of 20-6 over the Rough Riders. The Knights defense has begun to kind of take over what the Rough Riders have wanted to do, and meanwhile, the stretch plays down the field have kind of thrown the Rough Riders for a loop. Eddie Rogers on a kickoff return. He'll bring it out to the 40 and is dropped there, perhaps at the 39. And first down and 10 coming up for the Knights, rather the Rough Riders, at the 39-yard line. Stay with us at halftime. Our halftime report coming up tonight, brought to you by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water. We'll catch up with one of our coaches coming off the field tonight on the sideline with Sam Jensen. And we'll also take a look through the first half highlights that we have in this one tonight before we give you the numbers. All coming up in our halftime report, brought to you by High Plains Water and Grand Forks Welding and Machine. Dosh out of the pistol, 4 receivers on 1st and 10, the 39. Dosh trying to call his own number, hit in the backfield, and is able to stumble forward for a gain of about 4. He was in some trouble, was having his jersey tugged from behind by Brooklyn Bruce in the backfield, but spun out of that, was able to physical his way down the field for a short gain before Ryder McNally brings him down. 4-yard pickup for Dosh. And it's 2nd down and 6 for the Rough Riders. Kind of a big series here for Red River. Central's captured some momentum in this one. 3-man rush. Central drops 8 back in coverage. Dosh off his back foot downfield, too short for Max Manassa and incomplete. That's been a battle to watch tonight between Manassa and Trey Clausen. That has really been a nice one-on-one situation tonight. Clausen had really good coverage on Max Manassa the first time they threw Manassa the football. And Manassa caught it anyway for just one of the better plays that you're going to see in a high school football game. I mean, that is a stellar type of play that Manassa made. And then since then, Trey Clausen has kind of won the better of the battles out there. So here's 3rd down and 6 for Red River. 4 receivers again. Dosh dropping back, stepping, throwing over the middle. Pass caught, 1st down. He targets the tight end, Reese Walters, the former starting quarterback. And Reese injured on the play as he makes it out to the 44-yard line. Be a pickup of 13 yards for Reese Walters, but he's down on the play as well. And Walters will be tended to, helmets off. Walters was injured, and that's what brought Matt Dosh into the starting role for Grand Forks Red River. And the roles were reversed at the beginning of the year. Walters was the starting quarterback, and Dosh was the man that Walters was throwing to. You can see on that play that that's turned around a little bit. But it was an injury to Walters earlier in the year that led to that change. And so obviously there could be something there that gets re-aggravated. Clock will halt with 4:02 to play in the opening half. Now next week, we're not sure what the situation is going to be as far as our coverage due to the fact that the teams have not yet settled where they're going to be as far as the playoffs are concerned, or if they're going to be in the playoffs. And so we know we have some more volleyball coming up next week. We've added a matchup to our docket for those of you that are Central fans. Fargo South is coming to town. That was a flop of dates earlier this year. So South will be here on Tuesday night for volleyball. We'll have that for you on the video side of things on Tuesday night, so join us for that coming up on Tuesday. Walters comes off the field, and Red River, a 1st down at Central's 44-yard line with 3:52 to play here in the opening half of football. Dosh dropping back, looking to throw downfield again. Eddie Rogers, the target, and incomplete. Again, Trey Clausen matched up back there. And Dosh kind of looking down the field at Eddie Rogers and trying to get him to release and go a little bit deeper down the field rather than over the middle as Dosh tried to stretch the field. And it comes up incomplete. Trey Clausen has been targeted a number of times tonight. We mentioned he and Manassa. And in that situation, you've got he and Eddie Rogers, so they send a different wide receiver out there to get at him. But they've gone at that part of the field quite a bit here tonight as Grand Forks Red River. And it will be a 2nd down and 10 coming up for the Rough Riders. Dosh throwing near side of the field. Pass caught. Manassa got a block. He turns it down the near sideline to the 15, to the 10, to the 5. He's in for a Grand Forks Red River touchdown. 2nd touchdown catch tonight for Max Manassa. It'll go for 44 yards. Red River strikes back and cuts the game to an 8-point lead. Score will come with 3:33 to play in the first half of football, and Max Manassa has his 2nd touchdown catch tonight. Got a huge block on the outside. We'll take a look at that again coming up on our instant replay in a couple of moments. Dosh will come over to the sideline to take a look at the conversion opportunities here for Grand Forks Red River. The game is an 8-point game right now, so this becomes a big conversion chance for the Rough Riders here. And Dosh will come to the huddle, and it would appear, let's see, they're going to keep the offense on the field. Matt Dosh is going to go under center. They want 2. They're going to try to cut this to a 6-point game. So the Riders will go for a 2-point conversion. Dosh rolling and throwing, passes caught, touchdown, 2-point conversion. Oliver Pieper will haul it in for the 2-point conversion. So Oliver Pieper into the end zone for the 2-point conversion. Red River's back in the game, now trailing by 6. Let's look at it again on the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. Watch the block that springs Manassa on the near side of the football field. Right there, a block on the edge that sprung Manassa down the sideline. That gave him the opportunity to flow, and that puts Grand Forks Red River back on the scoreboard as they cut the lead to 20-14. Well, now this shifts back to Grand Forks Central. It'll be up to the Knights to try to come up with an answer. Even though they still have the lead, you've got a situation where momentum is a big deal in games like this. And the momentum kind of shifts back in the hand of the Rough Riders after a big stretch the field play like that. So Red River will kick, and we'll see what Central decides to queue up for an answer to the Rough Rider challenge on the throw to Max Manassa, who now has 3 catches on the night. And Manassa will have 86 yards on the night here this evening receiving on those 3 catches, to include the 2 big touchdown catches, one from 29 and that one from 44. Kick is a shank to the near side of the field, falls in empty space. It's picked up by Trey Clausen on the ground, and Clausen breaking tackles with the flag down as he makes his way out to the 40, but there is a penalty marker down. For those of you on the radio side, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is our coverage of the Kushman Classic on KNOX.
News Radio 1310 KNOX AM Grand Forks, 107.9 and 103.3 KNOX FM. Translated on K239BG in Grand Forks and K277DN in Grand Forks.
Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening with Sam Jensen on the sideline. Videography work tonight from Cooper Freege and Joey Springer. And a penalty against the Knights on the return will move their ball back to the 28-yard line. So Central will take over 1st and 10 at their own 28 with 3:27 to play in the first half. And the Knights currently leading by a score of 20-14. All important game for both teams. Central cannot earn a home playoff game. Red River, however, with a loss, could be forced out of the playoffs tonight. Brody Ledegy back in the pistol with Anton Perales behind him. He'll give to Perales, right side, looking to cut up off the tackle. Across the 30, out to the 31, gain of about 3. Perales chased down by Cam Irian coming in from the safety position. Perales now with 20 yards on the ground tonight. Naz Fisher with 33 and a touchdown. Brooklyn Bruce, 4 catches, 125 yards of the night for Brooklyn Bruce. He's got a huge touchdown catch and then another that set up a touchdown for the Knights later. And that is the big play man for Central. The big play man has been Max Manassa for Red River. 2nd down and 7. Ledegy out of the pistol again. He'll move Eli Thompson from right to left across the line of scrimmage. Play action. Ledegy again looking to throw deep ball down the field. Again has Brooklyn Bruce, and Bruce makes another catch on the far sideline and is out of bounds inside the Red River 20-yard line. Another stretch of the field for Brooklyn Bruce, who will take it officially to the Grand Forks Red River 15. I've got that one at 64 more yards for Brooklyn Bruce on that catch. And again, my numbers are unofficial, but right now you're looking at 189 yards for Brooklyn Bruce on 5 catches tonight. And it's 1st and 10 for the Knights inside the Red River red zone at the 15-yard line. Ledegy out of the shotgun. He'll turn, give this away to Perales. Stretch play left, cuts back to the 10. Stiff arms the man as he got to around the 6 and is out of bounds inside the 5 at around the 4-yard line. Huge carry of 11 yards for Anton Perales. Matt Dosh comes up with a stop for Grand Forks Red River. Clock moving. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to play until the break. Boy, if Central uses that stretch play to Brooklyn Bruce to punch another one into the house and move this back to a 2-score game, that would be a really, really big blow against Grand Forks Red River tonight. Ledegy now with Naz Fisher in the backfield on 1st down and goal from the 4. Ledegy surveying, takes the snap. He'll give to Fisher, stretching right, trying to widen the field, run into the pylon. He's in, but another flag is down. It goes as a touchdown for the moment, but likely coming back. We do see a lot of holding penalties in Grand Forks. We've talked about that before. We do, when we have Grand Forks officiating crews, they call a very technical game, and we do see a lot of holding penalties, and we've seen quite a few of them so far tonight. That one probably affected the play, though, if you call the holding penalty on that right side, and that's where Fisher's trying to get to, and that flag is going to bring it back to the 15. Officially to the 14-yard line. So it'll be about a, let's say, an 11-yard penalty. Yeah, it looks like about an 11-yard penalty against Grand Forks Central on that one. So first down and goal for Grand Forks Central, but now from the Grand Forks Red River 14, that could be a huge penalty in resetting things before the end of the half. It keeps A Central touchdown off the board. Ledecky waiting for the snap. Play action, looking to throw middle. Throws middle, incomplete. Eli Thompson, the intended target. Coverage applied by Cam Urian. Trying to throw the middle. Again, Brody Ledecky has thrown a great football tonight. He's thrown strikes. He's thrown the ball down the field. Brooklyn Bruce has run underneath him. And the sophomore getting his first opportunity to start a game tonight in the Kushman Classic. You could be rattled in that situation. Not the case for him this evening. Second down and goal from the 14. A pair of receivers again to the right. Ledecky with Naz Fisher in the backfield, waiting for the pistol snap. Ledecky has it, turns, gives to Fisher, looking for a block. He'll cut back over the middle, broke a tackle, spins forward, and makes his way down to the 12. Clock to 1:30. Central takes one more shot at it here, and then Ryland Dobrovolny, who is the goal keep for the Grand Forks Central Knights soccer team, showed us a tremendous leg throughout the course of the soccer season, and he's definitely got the range if the ball's at the 12. You're looking at, without a single additional yard, a 29-yard field goal attempt here. And Central looks to want to run the play clock down and call for timeout. Play clock down at 6 seconds. And it looks like the Knights are going to call for a stoppage here, and will do so. So the Knights will call for a timeout with the ball at the 12, just inside the 12 of Grand Forks Red River. 20-14, the Knights leading by 6. All True scoreboard updates. Scoreboard updates brought to you by All True. Regular screenings with All True's care team can detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. Schedule an appointment. Visit alltrue.org or call 780-5000. Sam Jensen will join us from the sideline coming up as we start our halftime report. Our halftime report on the way, brought to you by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. Those of you on the video side, you can see upper left corner of your screen just the start of a lot of walk-up traffic tonight. This is a packed house tonight at Cushman Field. We call it the Kushman Classic, and if Cliff Cushman sees this crowd, boy, he knows that the legacy of athletics and football and his namesake is pretty well taken care of here in Grand Forks right now. Third down and goal for the Knights from the Red River 12-yard line. Ledecky out of the shotgun. Little play action look, going to roll to the near side. He slips and goes down back at the 18-yard line. So no chance for Ledecky to get away. Xander Wayne will end up officially recording the sack. The ball goes back to the 19. And from here, you're looking at about a 36-yard field goal for Ryland Dobrovolny. And Dobrovolny has that kind of leg. Now it looks like the play clock down to 20 seconds. And Central is going to allow it to tick down again so they can run the final play of the half on a field goal attempt and not have to worry about kicking it back to Grand Forks Red River. Well, you can't take the timeouts with you, so you might as well use them. And a timeout will be taken. And we will get ready for a field goal opportunity, most likely, for Ryland Dobrovolny. And we'll wait to see if that one becomes successful here tonight. Well, we'll try to get some scores coming in from other games as well here tonight. The one that we're watching closely is Wahpeton and Fargo South tonight. That would be the one that we're the most interested in tonight, as that one would determine a path for Grand Forks Red River if they are unsuccessful in this one tonight. And right now, that game going on in Wahpeton, and it's going, I believe, in favor of the Huskies. It's 18-7. They say the home team is on top. Wahpeton is the home team in that matchup, but the Huskies logo on that scoreboard is actually over the 7, but I believe it's 18-7 Wahpeton in that matchup right now. Ryland Dobrovolny will come on to attempt the field goal. It'll be from 36 yards. Final play of the half. Central will try to make it a 10-point ball game, rather 9-point ball game. And a timeout was taken by Grand Forks Red River before Dobrovolny sent a sidewinder through the uprights. And the Red River coaching staff is asking for a flag against Central. I'm not sure if it's because they ran the play while they were trying to get the timeout called. A timeout had been called by Red River, but you couldn't really hear a whistle or anything stopping the play at all. And I guess I don't fault Grand Forks Central for continuing to run their play, but now our officials are going to get together and have another meeting. And I don't know what's going to happen here. Ball spotted at the 19-yard line. Central goes over for a huddle. But the 5 officials right around the ball, they're going to throw a penalty marker. And I think Central's going to lose some yardage here. Are they going to call delay of game for continuing to run the play? Yeah, they're going to call a dead ball delay of game against Grand Forks Central. And Jake Schauer is going to be livid on the far side of the field. You couldn't hear the whistle. I don't blame their team for continuing to run the play because you couldn't really hear that anything had stopped. So now it'll be a 41-yard field goal try rather than a 36-yard field goal try to end the half. Red River crowd comes to life below us. Dobrovolny from 41. Good snap. The hold is down. This has enough leg, and it is good for Ryland Dobrovolny. He hits a 41-yard field goal at the horn, rather with 1 second left on the clock. And so Central will have to kick the football, but they'll take a 9-point lead at 23-14. So with 1 second left, 41-yard field goal for Ryland Dobrovolny, who again came over throughout the course of the year as the goalkeeper for the Grand Forks Central soccer team and has shown a lot of leg. And you can see why there. Hits a 41-yarder. Even after the backup of the penalty, he's able to knock it down. And so now Central has to mess around with the kicking game towards the end of this matchup, and we'll see what they do. Probably squib one, I would think would be the right way to go about doing it. And remember, stay tuned at halftime. Halftime report coming up, brought to you by Grand Forks Welding and Machine. Sam Jensen is on our sideline with Joey Springer, and we will check in with them to get a report. I believe they're going to catch up with Vern Muir, the head coach of the Rough Riders, coming up at the break, going into the locker room. And we'll have an opportunity to visit with Jake Schauer coming out of the locker room to start the second half tonight. We've got the highlights ready for you as well. Boy, that penalty was big, though, against Grand Forks Central. Naz Fisher scores a touchdown, and it's wiped out on the board due to a holding call. And Central ends up settling for 3 rather than 7, and this game looks a little bit different going into the locker room. Still a 2-score game, but a 9-point game rather than a 14-point game. Or 13. Dobrovolny will kick it deep, and this one's going to roll out of the back of the end zone. So because the ball wasn't touched, now we have a touchback, and Central's offense will come out of the field and have a chance to run a play. Kind of a herky-jerky way that we're ending the first half. Also, this game starts at 7 o'clock tonight. The other starts throughout the year have been at 6. So right now we're reaching a point where most of our games have ended throughout the course of the season, and we are not yet to halftime. But we're going to have a lot of good football coming up in the second half. I have to believe that the second half tonight is going to have a pretty inspired look for both teams. Again, Red River right now playing like their playoff lives are on the line in this one. South beats Wahpeton tonight. They need this win to go to the postseason. Matt Dosh out of the shotgun with 1 second left on the clock from his own 20 for Red River. He'll take the snap, throws a screen pass to the near side of the field. Ball caught on the near side of the field by Red River's Cam Irian. Irian's out of bounds at around the 22-yard line. It'll be a 2-yard catch for Cam Irian, and that's going to be the end of the first half of football. So the Knights stretch the field often, and they come up with a big combination with Brooklyn Bruce hauling in nearly 200 yards in the opening half, receiving a huge touchdown catch and a touchdown that was set up by another big catch by Brooklyn Bruce. Brody Ledecky, the sophomore quarterback, no problem stretching the field tonight, looking downfield to come up with what's necessary to get to Brooklyn Bruce. And it's currently 23-14, Grand Forks Central leading Grand Forks Red River. Sam Jensen is waiting on the sideline tonight to talk with the head coach of the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders, Vern Muir. Let's send it down to Sam Jensen on the sideline tonight.
Ryan, I'm here with the head coach of Grand Forks Red River, Vern Muir. Vern, lots to unpack there in half number one. What do you like so far from your team, and what can you do to make the comeback in half number two?
Well, we had some explosive plays on offense, which we haven't seen consistently all year, so to have two of them to get us some scores, and the big punt return we had there to set that first one up. We're good, and we're controlling the ball a little bit on offense, which is helping us. Our issue on defense is just giving up the big pass plays, and we're one-on-one out there, and right now their one's beating our one, so we got to figure out if that's a personnel thing or a technique thing, and then we just got to shore up the run game a little bit more when we get down in the goal line there, and that's what they're good at. They're just going to pound the rock at us, and we just got to find a way to try to get some stops there. So big thing is just can't give up the big plays. When they get a big change of field like that, we're in a little bit of trouble on that. So if we can figure out what we need to do for that and keep doing what we're doing on offense, we have a chance to get back in the game here.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck rest of the way.
Sam Jensen joining us tonight on the sideline with Vern Muir, the head coach of the Grand Forks Red River Rough Riders. It's halftime, and our halftime report is brought to you by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. And we will take a look at our first half highlights when we come back. This is our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. Our halftime report will get going in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
Today, the PS stands for proper service for your home, farm, or business, which is what you'll get from the team at PS Garage Doors in Grand Forks. Whether you need a door fixed or just thinking about replacing what you already have, get your proper service at psgaragedoors.com.
Nothing feels or performs better than a properly fitted golf club. Whether it's irons, driver, or putter, call us today for your free club fitting. For over 30 years, the Golf Center in Grand Forks has been your club fitting leader.
Valley Truck in East Grand Forks is proud to support our local high school athletes. With over 400 years of combined experience, they keep our community moving on and off the field. Trusted repairs, quality parts, and support for the next generation.
Pro Ag in Grand Forks and Grafton carries the equipment and parts on hand to make your farming operation run smooth. They carry all major brands like Honeybee, Alloway, Amity, Artex, Hardy, Capello, Monosem, Pickett, Wilrich, and Black Ace. So whether you're trading in, buying, or just need parts, go to ProAgEquip.com to see everything Pro Ag has to offer.
We very much take a lot of pride in our work. Customer service has always been our number one.
We have the best materials. You're going to have the best people in the area to do the job.
If you can dream it up, we can make it happen.
Or head to gworkslf.com to get started.
From tears in your car, truck, boat, or farm equipment seats to making boat covers or complete restorations of the interior of your hot rod, Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks can make the inside of your rides look brand new. Big or small, Finest Auto Trim can cover it all. To get a quote, go to finestautotrim.com.
It takes attention to detail. With your local Bryant dealer, you're getting someone who pays attention to the little things that make a big difference. And to keep your family cool this summer, it takes Bryant.
Connect with Thermal Air today, your Bryant certified dealer.
In Grand Forks, it's about more than just where you live. It's about the people you trust when life happens. At Logan Karski State Farm, we're proud to protect what matters most. I'm Logan Karski with State Farm, and we'd be honored to be your good neighbor.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
This is the KNOX Intermission Report, presented by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football tonight on the Rivards Turf and 4-H Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports. What a first half we had in this one tonight. Grand Forks Central leading Grand Forks Red River by 9. 23-14 your score here at Cushman Field as the Kushman Classic plays out here this evening in what has been a highlight-filled first half of football tonight, and two crosstown rivals really getting at each other tonight, which has been probably the best part of this one to watch throughout the course tonight. We welcome you to our halftime report this evening. Our halftime report is brought to you tonight by our friends at Grand Forks Welding and Machine. They are the men of steel at Grand Forks Welding and Machine. That's right. When it's time for repair throughout the course of this harvest season, they have you covered. If you twist a shaft or break one, if you have holes that need tightening, Grand Forks Welding and Machine is there to work with you to make sure that they can get those repairs made and you can keep yourself moving at Grand Forks Welding and Machine. And our coverage tonight brought to you by High Plains Water. They're your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. Get the taste in, the chemicals out with a system from High Plains Water. No more scaly buildup around your fixtures this evening or throughout the course of the time that you have that system. You're going to have cleaner laundry with less detergent and appliances that last longer, and all of those issues save you money at High Plains Water. Stop and see them on Gateway or give them a call. High Plains Water. They're your source for awesome water. Well, as Sam Jensen mentioned on the sideline with Vern Muir, the head coach of the Rough Riders, there is a lot to unpack in that first half of football tonight. More than perhaps we thought we were going to see. Brody Ledecky, the sophomore quarterback for Grand Forks Central, repeatedly stretching the field and finding Brooklyn Bruce as his favorite target tonight. Brooklyn Bruce already over 180 yards receiving. He's got two big plays, one for a touchdown, another that set up a second touchdown for Grand Forks Central. And then beyond that, Max Manassa, two big catches tonight. Both of those for touchdowns. Matt Dosh slinging it as well. We thought that Matt Dosh would try to stretch the field out for Grand Forks Red River. He's done that tonight, but Brody Ledecky, the sophomore, getting the start and showing some vertical threat for the Knights. That maybe was a little unexpected in this one tonight, and that's what you're going to see throughout the course of our highlights tonight, that maybe the unexpected nature of what went on with this Central offense is turning out to be a big difference in this one. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights that we have for you in this matchup here this evening, and you'll see kind of what we're talking about. We're talking about stretching the field in this one. First of all, stretching the field for Grand Forks Central. First drive of the game for the night, or rather for the Rough Riders. Look at that coverage from Trey Clausen. Doesn't matter. Max Manassa hauls it in to put Red River on the board for the first points. But Central would come right back, trailing 6-0. There's the sophomore quarterback, Brody Ledecky, stepping into a throw for a wide-open Brooklyn Bruce. Bruce into the end zone. Then later, Grand Forks Central down the field, looking to try to get back into the end zone as well. This is Naz Fisher, absorbing some contact, driving his way across the goal line. Central goes up at that point. Later, another setup for Central, another stretch play. Bruce over the middle of the field, drives his way down to the 9-yard line, but Central denied a touchdown there. They end up having to settle, I believe, for 3, or is this rather Anton Perales getting in? My apologies. This is Anton Perales finishing that drive on the touchdown plunge. But Red River would come right back. Watch a great block to clear Max Manassa right there on the sideline. Huge block for Manassa. He ends up going down the field to score, and Grand Forks Red River is able to cut back. Central tacks on a field goal at the end of the opening half, and that makes it 23-14 in favor of the Knights at the end of a half of play. Those are your first half highlights that we have for you this evening, and your halftime summary brought to you tonight by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. We'll take a look at some of the numbers in this matchup and get you ready for second half football as we continue in just a couple of moments, so do stay with us. We'll also wait for Sam Jensen to be on the sideline with the head coach of the Grand Forks Central Knights, Jake Schauer. The Knights leading 23-14 in the Cushman Classic. This is our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and 4-H Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports. We're back with more in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
When you need the right part for your pickup, head to Northwood or call Mike's Custom Truck. Amanda will drop ship any part you need. Turbos, upgraded fuel pumps, Edge products, and more. Mike's Custom Truck, 587-6335.
Nelson Auto in Grand Forks is proud to sponsor area athletics. We know the value of a good team, and we'd like to invite you in to meet our team. See how our team takes care of you and your family. Nelson Auto in Grand Forks, home to Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Hey, this is Pastor Paul. I'd like to welcome you to Hope Church, especially if you're a person that doesn't have a place where you hang out spiritually. We would love for you to come and experience hope and find God. Hope Church, 9, 10:30, and 6 p.m. on Sundays. For more information, you can check out gfhope.org.
Pick 6 for $19.99, a perfect meal for two.
That's gotta rhyme.
Well, how about munching on Pick 6, my mouth going yap, yap. People always staring at my wings, they go flap, flap. Dave is so surprised because he didn't know I'd rap. Pick 6 meal for two for $19.99.
H&S Electrical Services is proud to support local high school sports. From homes to industry, we deliver safe, reliable electrical solutions. Locally owned and operated, our skilled team ensures quality and service you can trust. H&S, trusted in your homes and businesses.
It's game day, and whether you're feeding the family or the entire team, Hugo's is the place to go. Score big with favorites from the meat department, delicious fresh veggies, and don't forget about the bakery to celebrate the big win. Hugo's Family Marketplace, your game day headquarters.
Thief River Glass handles it all. Aluminum storefronts, auto glass, windows, shower enclosures, and more. Just like our athletes, we're built for every season. No job is too big or too small. Call 218-681-1333 for year-round dependable service.
When you're looking for a change of pace, a change of routine, or a change of scenery, we'll help you find what's next. Berkshire Hathaway Home Services. For you, for life.
This is the KNOX Intermission Report, presented by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turpin 4-Inch Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports tonight from Kushman Field, where the Kushman Classic is underway. And half number 2 about to get going. And I'm not sure that we're going to be able to get Jake Schauer. I'm not sure that he got the message that he was going to join us. He went on the far sideline and came out in that far tunnel as the visitors here tonight. And so we'll have to wait and see if Coach Schauer is going to make his way over to talk with us here at halftime. We were hoping to get a word from Coach Schauer, but again, the angle on where they come out at is a little bit, I guess, deflating for us to be able to get over there. So our apologies for that. And hopefully we'll be able to get something going. As far as the numbers are concerned, at the end of the opening half, as our halftime report continues, halftime report brought to you tonight by our friends at High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks, and Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel. Our numbers tonight look like this as far as the leaders. Max Manassa, 3 catches for 86 yards for Grand Forks Red River. Noah Iverson, a catch for 6. And Noah Brandvold with 43 yards rushing on the night. And for Grand Forks, those were Red River's numbers, by the way. For Grand Forks Central, 189 yards on 5 catches for Brooklyn Bruce. He's got a touchdown catch and another that set one up at that point. Anton Perales with 31 yards on the ground. Naz Fisher with 31 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Both Fisher and Perales each have touchdowns tonight. Yeah, I think we're going to end up missing Jake Schauer. So we'll have to follow up with Coach Schauer coming up with the post-game report tonight. And so that takes us a little bit deeper into our halftime report this evening. So our apologies for that. Sometimes we get a, a situation where our coaches aren't used to having us on the sidelines. And so we let them know. We did let Coach Schauer's staff know to let him know. But in a game like this, sometimes you end up just kind of getting lost out there. And so our apologies for that. But hopefully at some point we'll be able to catch up with him in the future. Again, we've been watching a couple of other games that have been going on, namely the Fargo South and Wahpeton game this evening. That's one that we're interested in tonight, as a win by Wahpeton over South would put Red River in the playoffs tonight. And we're going to wait to see if we can get a score update on that matchup here at halftime on our All True scoreboard. Looks like they're still at the half, and it would appear that game has tightened up. It was 18-7 at one point. If we're seeing it correctly, it's currently 24-19 in favor of Wahpeton over Fargo South. And yes, that is the case. They're getting ready to start the second half, and it's 24-19 on that one. So 23-14 here, 24-19 there. Yeah, there's a lot going on. That game goes to Fargo South. Red River must win here to make the playoffs. Otherwise, the Bruins would get in as the number 4 seed. But if Wahpeton were to beat Fargo South, both Central and Red River would be in the playoffs regardless of what happens in this matchup. Red River gets the football to start the second half. Our halftime report brought to you tonight by Grand Forks Welding and Machine, the Men of Steel, and High Plains Water, your source for awesome water in Grand Forks. And we'll get the second half started here with Red River receiving the football. Big, very important drive coming up for the Rough Riders to start the second half. You come out, you score, you do something, and you capture some momentum right away. But if you're stopped and Red River goes down the field and scores, keep in mind right now, 9-point game. So if Central goes down the field and scores after a stop, they go up 17. 3-score game at that point, and so that becomes important. They break out of their little pack and kick the ball deep downfield. This one's going to roll all the way into the goal line for a touchback. Wow. We haven't seen them actually come running out of that little pack that they form and kick the football as of yet this year. They try at that time, and the ball just kicked a little too deep by Ryland Dobrovolny to make a play on it. So we'll start our third quarter of football. Third quarter tonight brought to you by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. The PS stands for Puck Stopper. If your garage door is seeing one too many pucks, well, guess what? You probably need something that looks a lot better and is reconditioned. Call PS Garage Doors. 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR for PS Garage Doors. Matt Dosh out of the pistol. Gives the ball away to Noah Brandvold, and he's down at the 21 for a gain of a yard. Johnny Sherrick coming in with a stop for Grand Forks Central and a 1-yard pickup. Actually, no gain on the play for Noah Brandvold. It'll be second down at 10. We mentioned the linebacker core for Central. Naz Fisher, 50 tackles. Zethan Feldman, 47. 39 for Johnny Sherrick, 26 for Eli Thompson. The linebacker core for Central is the most active level of their defense, and that usually spells pretty good success for a high school football team. Dosh out of the shotgun on second down and 10. Looking near side, wants to stretch the field this time, and a diving stab comes up incomplete for the intended target, Cam Urian. They've thrown 3 receivers on that side of the field. That time Urian had a step over the top coverage from Tyson Vanyo, and Urian was released by Trey Clausen, knowing that cover 2 shell that's there allowed Vanyo to come over and try to cover Urian as the safety on that side. And so here comes third down and 10. Another big play for Grand Forks Red River. You don't want to go 3 and out from your own 20 to start the second half in this one. They need something badly. 4 receivers, twins each way. Dosh out of the shotgun. 3-man rush, and the rush gets to Dosh rolling. He'll throw over the middle of the field for Manassa, and it's incomplete, nearly picked off. Tyson Vanyo had it in the chest and couldn't reel it in. Manassa was open, but the situation with Dosh on that play, he couldn't step into the throw. And we have an injured Rough Rider on the end of this as well, with the rollout by Dosh due to the pressure, and it was just a 3-man rush for Grand Forks Central, but Sawyer Harlow got loose, and he's been a big one up on the defensive line tonight. And when Harlow got loose and forced Dosh to have to roll away from pressure, it kept Dosh from being able to step into his throw to Max Manassa downfield. And that allowed Tyson Vanyo to catch up to it and make a play on it. In the meantime, we have an injured Rough Rider, and if I'm not mistaken, that may be Ryan Ward on the offensive line. He's the right tackle for Grand Forks Red River, and they're tending to him right now. It is not Ryan Ward. It's Ian Eichmann, the left tackle, and he's coming off the field favoring a leg. And Eichmann's been a very good offensive lineman this year for the Rough Riders, one of their more physical players, so having to replace somebody in that spot is not going to be easy. In the meantime, Red River is going to have to punt the football, and that means that the Knights will get this back and probably a short porch. Trey Clausen, Brooklyn Bruce go back to receive the kick at midfield. Matt Dosh is the punter. He's got a good leg. Snap a bit low. He gets the kick away. It's a wobbly kick. Takes a land at the 45 of Red River and then runs into one of their men downfield. It'll be covered up by Benjamin. I'm going to try this one. Sylvanaskad? I'm not sure I got it right. He's a senior wide receiver that's in on special teams. And Central will get the ball back at Red River's 45-yard line. So for the Knights, it's a short porch. Again, a touchdown, an extra point would give them a 3-possession lead. 11:02 to play third quarter. The Knights leading 23-14 over Grand Forks Red River in the 2025 Kushman Classic. Brody Ledegy, single receiver each side of the field. Naz Fisher is the back out of the pistol. Fisher, right side looking. Bounces back in, tries to break a tackle, ran through a tackler, and is able to make his way to the 41 for a gain of about 4 yards. A lot of shake and bake running to try to get out to the right edge. Connor Bishop-Diaz brings down Naz Fisher after a gain of 4. Red River's done a pretty nice job of forcing the ball in the air tonight. Central, 37 yards from Naz Fisher, 31 from Anton Perales. That duo this season has rushed for nearly 1,200 yards, with Naz Fisher 863, but the defensive effort by Red River to keep him moving to the inside of the field has been a good one. 2nd down and 6, pair of receivers left, they'll motion Eli Thompson from left to right. Quick throw near side of the field, a lead pass to this is coming out near side, Zaid Martin with the catch, and Martin will step inside the 30, down to the Red River 21-yard line. 26, my apologies. Down to the 26-yard line. Zaid Martin comes up with a catch. That's his second catch tonight. They'll put it officially at the 25-yard line. Pickup of 16 yards for Zaid Martin. And it'll be 1st down and 10 for Central at the Red River 25. Clock will halt with 10:08 to play here in the third quarter. And it didn't look like that pass was going to be complete. The way Brody Ledegy threw it, it looked like that was going to sail right over Zaid Martin's head. And Martin made a really nice close on the football to get to it. Play action to Perales on 1st down. A throw over the middle by Ledegy, underthrown, and this one's picked off. First turnover of the game. Ledegy trying to stretch the field over the middle, and it's taken away by Matt Dosh for Grand Forks Red River. Underthrown. Eli Thompson was the intended target. The tight end over the middle of the field. Probably a look that Central had from the first half where they were trying to target something over the middle. But Matt Dosh, another big play for Grand Forks Red River. And the Rough Riders will have the football at their own 5-yard line after the first giveaway in the 2025 Cushman Classic. 1st down and 10 for Grand Forks Red River at their own 5. Dosh back on the field, back under center with a deep set eye back. He gives it away, and bouncing off a tackler is Brandvold. Turns it upfield and is able to make his way to about the 7, maybe the 8. Short gain of 2 or 3 before Brandvold is brought down. Brody Melliker getting in to gum that one up, and some help from the secondary as Brooklyn Bruce comes in with part of the stop as well for the Knights. Pickup of 3 for Brandvold. Blue collar effort of 47 yards for Noah Brandvold. He's had to run with a lot of contact in order to get to those 47 yards so far tonight. 2nd down and 7 for Red River. The nose of the football touching their own 8. 23-14 Central, leading by a 9-point margin. Dosh trying to call his own number, stretching the field to the right. Head down, drives forward, found the 10, maybe the 11-yard line. A gain of perhaps 3 more. Pursuit out there from Naz Fisher, and help from Zethan Feldman, and Feldman will end up making the tackle for Grand Forks Central. It'll be 3rd down and 4, 3-yard pickup for Matt Dosh. Dosh has not really loosened things up with the running game tonight. Couple of carries, 7 yards so far for Matt Dosh. Here's 3rd down and 4 for the Rough Riders. their own 11. Dosh back under center. Eye back. A rollout to the near side on a play action. Throw to the tight end for Pieper, and it's incomplete. A little high. Pieper got a hand on it. Red River's probably going to feel like that's one they should have got. Pieper can't haul it in. And so on 4th down, the Rough Riders are likely going to have to send the punt team back out there. And Central, despite turning it over on their first opportunity of the second half, may get even better field position this time. The deep men, Clausen and Bruce, will go back to just around the Red River 38-39. High snap to Dosh. He's in trouble, running with the football, and is down at the 4-yard line. Dosh didn't feel like he could get the punt away, so he decided to run with it on a broken play and will go down at the 4, where it's first down and goal for Grand Forks Central. Watch it again in the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. Something about that Dosh saw he didn't like. He decided to take off with the ball, and there was just no chance for him to get anywhere. And now the Knights are on the doorstep, lip of the cup, looking to go up by potentially 3 scores again. First down and goal for Grand Forks Central from the Red River 4. Thompson will motion from left to right across the formation. Ledegy giving away to Nas Fisher. Fisher bouncing, turning his way towards the goal line. He's inside the 1. It'll be second down. Fisher now up to 40 yards on the night. And will take it down to the 1-yard line. Central leading by 9. They score and get the extra point here. It becomes a 3-score game. Still a lot of time. We'll be inside of 8 minutes to go here in the third quarter of football coming out of this snap. A pair of receivers to the left. Ledegy again out of the pistol with Fisher behind him on second down and goal from the 1. Thompson motioning from left to right. Fisher the ball, right side plunging, twisting his way towards the goal line. No indication yet. He's not in. He did not break the plane. Give Grand Forks Red River's defense a ton of credit for taking down one of the more physical backs that you're going to have to go up against, and that's Connor Bishop Diaz out of the linebacker core that meets up with him and stops him short of the goal line. Third down and goal from inside the 1. You can see the football. For those of you in the video side of things, you can see the football on the screen, and you can tell there's very little distance between the ball and the goal line. And now it looks like the Knights are going to call for timeout. So Central will call for a stoppage with 7:04 to play in the third quarter. We have a timeout for media. The Knights looking to go ahead by a big number. They lead 23-14. We have a media stoppage for you tonight. We'll come back with more in just a couple of moments as we continue our coverage of the Cushman Classic. Stay with us.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
Out of the timeout, Central to the I formation on third down and goal from inside the 1. Nas Fisher's in, it won't count. Fisher lurched out of the I formation before the snap, and he's going to be called for a false start. It'll be an illegal shift, so it won't be a false start, it'll be an illegal shift. But Central has another touchdown wiped out on a penalty. The lead is 23-14. Fisher scored a touchdown that was wiped out on a holding penalty. 27-14 there. Now this one backs him up to the 5, where it'll be third down and goal from the 5-yard line. Fisher will come off the field. Anton Perales will come back in. And so now the Knights, third down and goal from the 5. They turned it over on a short field and now have a penalty wipe out another touchdown. A pair of receivers to the left. Ledegy out of the pistol. Anton Perales is with him in the backfield. Ledege has the snap, rolling near side of the field. RPO, throws, pass caught. It's a touchdown for Zaid Martin. Martin gets into the end zone for Grand Forks Central. The Knights make the short porch pay, and that will push the lead for the Knights to 29-14. Look at it again in the American Family Insurance Tyler Nagel Agency replay. RPO here, but looking to throw the entire way is Ledege. He throws to the boundary, and Martin with just a simple out route in that situation. And the Knights take advantage of the short field and push the lead to a 15-point margin. And they'll look for an extra point opportunity here to take the lead out to 16. Would still be a two-score game at this point. The extra point from Rylan Dobrovolny is on the way, and that is good. And Grand Forks Central will make it a 30-14 lead over Grand Forks Red River. We have another media stoppage here at Cushman Field. This is our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports, and KNOX Radio.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersales.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Timeout taken for media with 6 minutes and 56 seconds left to go in the third quarter. Grand Forks Central taking a 30-14 lead over Grand Forks Red River on a 5-yard touchdown throw to Zaid Martin. Another touchdown catch for Grand Forks Central receivers tonight. And this Knights offense with a sophomore quarterback has done a pretty nice job of keeping their offense dynamic. Another kick by Dobrovolny out of the back of the pack, and this will be fielded on the far side of the field by the Rough Riders at the 20-yard line. They slip second level across the 30 to around the 35, with Brody Neal getting out and taking the ball back to the 34 officially, and that's where Red River will take over first down at 10. Still 24-19 between Wahpeton and Fargo South, down in Wahpeton tonight, with the Huskies leading by 5. And again, if that one goes the way of Wahpeton, Grand Forks Red River finds themselves in the playoffs no matter the result on this one tonight. Rough Riders of the football looking for their first down of the second half, and they're down a man. Red River asking for Cam Urian to come onto the field as a wide receiver. They had only 10 on the field. Dosh will take the snap, throws near side of the field. Eddie Rogers looking for a block over the numbers across the 40 and out to around the 41 before Eli Thompson will bring down Eddie Rogers. That is a gain of 7 yards for Eddie Rogers. Second catch for Rogers tonight. And second down and 3 coming up for Grand Forks Red River. Riders will take the ball out to the 41-yard line, down by a 16-point margin, looking for something positive. Rogers again, little bubble screen, and Rogers will be escorted out of bounds by Eli Thompson at the 43, and that'll be a yard shy of a first down for Rogers. So now, actually, they're going to say first down? Yep, they're going to go ahead and say first down. All right, so give Rogers what he needed for the yards to gain. It'll be first down and 10 for Red River at the 43-yard line. And Vern Muir talked about this in the pregame report about when the running game got a little squarbled, they kind of went back towards their screen game to kind of loosen things up. This is a method of trying to loosen things up for the run later. Dosh waiting out of the pistol, 4 receivers each side. Dosh takes the snap against a 3-man central rush. That rush begins to get to Dosh, and he'll roll himself out of bounds with Anton Perales getting the final shove on him, and Dosh ends up on the bench on the near side of the field. No problem there. He'll be out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage, perhaps for no gain. Oh, maybe now Craig Hahn has a spot here on the near side that will put him out to the 45. So a gain of 2 for Matt Dosh on that play, and it's second down and 8. Central's done a fairly good job of bringing some pressure with only a 3-man rush at times tonight. They've got 3 down men again. They've got 6 defensive backs in the game. Dosh rolling near side. Manassa with a catch. Eli Thompson brings him down physically at the 44. A mild loss on the play of a yard. Manassa with a big night catching the football. Hauled in the first one from 29 yards out for a big touchdown strike. And had another go down the field for 44 yards on a screen. But it's 3rd down and 9 after the Riders saw 6 defensive backs from Central on that last play. Here comes 3rd down and 9 for Red River from their own 44. Dosh dropping back, throwing over the middle. Pass is caught on the right. Reese Walters back in the game after re-aggravating an injury earlier. He looks to be perhaps just short of the first down. A pickup of 9 yards for Reese Walters. And they will say short by about a half a yard. So the Riders will have a 4th down decision to make with the ball at Grand Forks Central's 47.5. And Red River keeping the offense on the field so far. 5 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. And here comes Red River to the football. 4th down, less than a yard. Dosh, quarterback sneak, falls forward, has it, 1st down. He'll actually spurt inside the 45, down to the 44. It'll be a gain of 3 for Matt Dosh, and that's a 1st down for the Rough Riders. So Dosh picks it up, and the Knights will stay out on the defensive side of things as Red River tries to get into a meticulous, methodical drive to go down and answer the challenge, with Central leading by 16 at 30-14. Dosh dropping back, pressured in the backfield, gets away from some pressure, off his back foot, throwing downfield for Walters. Here come flags, pass interference coming up against Drake Lawson. Walters was open, and Matt Dosh threw an unbelievable ball on the run to try to find an open Walters on the goal line, and all Trey Clausen could do was come back and hit the intended target to keep him from catching the football. Now in high school football, pass interference penalties a 15-yarder. That's going to take the ball to the 29 of Grand Forks Central. I think I hear some boo birds across the way, but we had a good look at that play on the near side of the field, and there was definitely contact on Reese Walters before that ball got there. However, that may be one of the smarter penalties that you see a back take as well. Without the contact, it's a 6-point play. Instead, it's 1st and 10 from the 29 for Red River, inside Central territory. Dosh out of the shotgun, hitch and go, trying to free a receiver, rolling near side of the field, throws into empty space on the near sideline, incomplete on the run. Anton Perales trying to track him down from behind. Pressure from Brody Melliker on the near side as well. And it'll bring up 2nd down and 10. So Red River seems to be making a bit of an adjustment here. They haven't gone back to Noah Brandvold running the football here. It seems as though right now they're going to put the ball in Matt Dosh's hand and see what he can do at this point. They haven't gone back to handing the ball off or trying to run a draw play of any kind here. 4 receivers on 2nd down and 10. Another step back by Dosh. Hit as he throws the ball, and it's caught inside the 10. Reeled in by Manassa, down to the 7-yard line. It'll be 1st down and goal. A 22-yard pickup for Max Manassa. Central had defenders there. They don't break on the football. I believe they thought they were going to get it back when that ball was thrown over the middle. Instead, it's 1st and goal for Grand Forks Red River, now from the Central 7. Dosh throwing right side of the field. A hitch over the middle, driving to the 1-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and goal inside the 1. Catch is made on the far side of the field by Red River's Noah Iverson. And a pickup of 7 yards on the play for Iverson. 2nd down and goal for Red River inside the 1-yard line. Matt Dosh looking quarterback sneak here most likely. Trying to drive his way in. Puts his back to the field. He's into the end zone for a touchdown for Grand Forks Red River. The Riders strike back, and they will cut the lead back to 10 at 30-20. Matt Dosh gets in from a yard out. Time of the touchdown is at 3:30 of the third quarter. The big throw to Max Manassa over the middle of the field is what opens it up. But now if you're the Rough Riders, you're in a situation where you kind of have to go for two. 10-point game right now, and it's a two-score game, and an extra point keeps it a two-score game. They'll go offset I. Pieper, the tight end, is the fullback. The ball was bobbled on the snap. They run reverse with Rogers. Rogers hit and will go down at the 5. The two-point conversion is unsuccessful. And Grand Forks Red River will come out of this with the lead, or rather with the touchdown, but no more, and will trail by 10. 30-20 your score. The Knights with a 10-point lead over the Rough Riders here in the late stage of the third quarter. We have a timeout for media here at Cushman Field. This is our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales, Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
When the lights go out, count on the pros. Bergstrom Electric in Grand Forks, the area's largest full-service electrical contractor. From commercial builds to homes, they're trusted for quality, safety, and award-winning work. Call today, 701-775-8897.
Ready to launch your future? At Northland Community and Technical College, opportunity starts here. Train for high-demand technical and skilled trades, or start with an affordable Associates of Arts degree and transfer with ease. Visit northlandcollege.edu.
Well, if what we're seeing is correct, Wahpeton leads Fargo South 30-19 with 1:15 to go in the fourth quarter. I would have thought that game was in the third quarter, but right now we're being told that game is in the fourth quarter. And again, that is a result that's in favor of Red River tonight. The Riders come back to within 10. They make it 30-20 on a touchdown run by Matt Dosh. Big play over the top by Max Manassa to stretch the field. Trey Clausen receiving the ensuing kickoff and steps out of bounds at around the 38. So the Knights, who had two short porches, turned it over on one. Get a touchdown in the second, but then watch as the Rough Riders get down the field on a strike to Max Manassa to cut the lead to 10. And this has been one of the all-time classic Kushman Classic games. I mean, this has been a fantastic game between the Knights and the Rough Riders here tonight. Clock down to 3:25 of the third quarter, still plenty to go. 1st and 10 for Central, officially from their own 37. Brody Ledeke out of the pistol, 4 receivers, 3 to his right. He'll give to Nas Fisher, looking for a block from those receivers. Fisher trying to stretch the play outside the numbers, the 40 to the 45, and just ahead, just shy of the 46-yard line. Power running game for Nas Fisher. He'll pick up 9. Stop is made far edge by Caden Tostenson, the far side corner for Grand Forks Red River. 9-yard pickup for Nas Fisher. And it's going to be second down and call it a long 1 or short 2 for the Knights. You know exactly what Jake Schauer's thinking about in this situation for Central. This is the point of the game where you get Nas Fisher going downhill. You drive yourself down the field, take time off the clock. If you put points on the board, you may put this one to an end. Back to an odd front now for Red River, 5 across the line. Quick throw by Ledeke, slant. They've got Brooklyn Bruce. He's ahead, and he'll pick up the first down. Pickup of 8 yards for Brooklyn Bruce on another big catch, slant pattern over the middle of the field. Again, my numbers are unofficial. I've got Bruce for 197 on 6 catches tonight. Ball out to the 46 of Red River, and it's 1st and 10 for Grand Forks Central. Inside Rough Rider territory with a 10-point lead. We'll get another report coming up from the sideline at the end of the third quarter, so stay with us for that. We'll check in with Sam Jensen, who's on the sideline here tonight. 1st down and 10 from the Red River 46 for the Knights. Pistol look again. Ledeke with Nas Fisher behind him. He'll give to Fisher, who's got a little bit of crowd to work with in the backfield. Fisher puts his feet into the turf and drives forward for what he can get, which is a yard, after Red River blew the play up defensively. No place to go right off the snap. Jonah Pence, who was active as the middle linebacker earlier tonight for Red River, comes up with a stop on Nas Fisher. That'll give Fisher 50 yards tonight, and it's 2nd down and 9. It's hard to believe that in this matchup tonight, Naz Fisher hasn't been the story in this situation. It's been Brody Ledecky stretching the field and Brooklyn Bruce catching the football. And the Knights have shown you a little something more dimensionally out of their offense. 2nd down and 9. Ledecky takes the snap. He'll give to Fisher again. No play action. Ledecky rolling out to the near side. Gets away from a man underneath and then throws incomplete to the near side, looking for Bruce on the run. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 9. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is our coverage of the Kushman Classic on KNOX.
News Radio 1310 KNOX AM Grand Forks, 107.9 and 103.3 KNOX FM. Translated on K239BG in Grand Forks and K277DN in Grand Forks.
Ryan Cunningham with Sam Jensen, Joey Springer, and Cooper Freegee tonight from Cushman Field. 3rd down and 9 for Grand Forks Central at the Red River 45-yard line. The Kushman Classic, 30-20. Playoffs on the line for Red River, positioning for Central. And the Knights have a 3rd down and 9 from the Red River 45, leading by 10. Ledecky rolling to the right side of the field under pressure, throws one down the far sideline, knocked away from Zaid Martin and incomplete. So it's 4th and 9, and you would think the Knights would have to punt here. Again, trying to keep track of what's going on in the game between Wahpeton and South. It looks like the score is 30-19 South with 31 seconds left of the 4th quarter. If we're getting the right info from down in Wahpeton tonight, they are into the 4th quarter with 31 seconds to go. Wahpeton wins it, and Red River's in the playoffs no matter the result of this football game. 4th down and 9, and Central will have to punt the football. Brooklyn Bruce is on. Gets the snap, gets it away. Driving, spiraling kick, Eddie Rogers. Fair catch at the Red River 11. So we'll see the Riders taking over from their own 11-yard line. And now an opportunity to go down the field and try to further cut into Central's lead. And the Knights are going to have to find a way to defend Max Manassa. Let's give you a look at our Vegan Look-In tonight. Our Vegan Look-In brought to you by Vegan Look-In. It's a game look-in. Vegan construction, designers, builders, engineers with our game look-in tonight. Brooklyn Bruce, 197 yards, 6 grabs. Max Manassa, 107 yards on 5 grabs. Manassa's in for 2 scores, Bruce in for 1, set up another. Central leading 30-20, and that's our Vegan Construction Look-In. Brought to you tonight by Vegan Construction, designers, builders, engineers. Quality work for nearly a century in the region. A throw to Manassa is incomplete on 1st down for Red River from the 11-yard line. They have gone final down in Fargo, or rather down in Wahpeton. And the Huskies have appeared to have won that game. Wahpeton, I believe, based on the scoreboard, had a 30-19 lead. That game has gone final. And so right now we're going to operate as if Wahpeton won that matchup. Here comes 2nd down and 10. A rollout near side by Dosh. Looking in the flat, now looking downfield. Throws off his back foot again for Manassa. More flags going to come out. More pass interference against Trey Clausen. Clausen put a hand out and knocked around Max Manassa on a trip downfield. And it's just one of those things that you can't do. That's a couple of tough pass interference penalties against Trey Clausen. One of the things that Trey hasn't done well tonight is turn around and address the football. If he does in that situation, this may end up being an interception in favor of Grand Forks Central. Instead, Red River's going to get 15 yards here. That'll bring the ball out to the 26, at least for the moment. They're going to bring it back. They have to step it off. So they'll bring the ball back to the 11-yard line. And we will see the ball coming out to the 26-yard line, where Red River will have a 1st down for free. 44 seconds left to go, 3rd quarter. Riders get a big 1st down as they get the pass interference penalty against Trey Clausen. Clausen's matched up with Manassa again. Matt Dosh waiting out of the pistol on 1st down. Dosh going to throw a screen pass, and Manassa makes a diving catch very near the line of scrimmage, maybe a yard on the pickup. More pressure from Sawyer Harlow, and Harlow got his hands up. Actually, correction, It was not Sawyer Harlow for Grand Forks Central's Ryder McNally. Now turning into a two-way player, listed as a starter on offense, not necessarily on the defensive line, but he comes out, got his hands up on that, and forced Dosh to kind of release it a little differently, and it wobbled out of his hands. Second down and 9, ball to 27 for Red River. This will be the final snap of the third quarter with 7 seconds left to go. And Central jumps. And the Knights are lobbying for a call against Red River on a shifting penalty, but it looks like this will be encroachment against Grand Forks Central. So the ball will come out to the 32 on another Central defensive penalty. Clock stops with 2 seconds left. And I doubt Red River's going to get another snap off here. They'll wind the clock. That'll be the end of the third. And we've got more to be decided as we go into the fourth quarter of this one. We are through 3 quarters tonight, and your score at the end of 3 quarters is Grand Forks Red River 30, Grand Forks Central 30, and Grand Forks Red River 20. Let's go down to the sideline where we have Sam Jensen standing by for a report from the Red River sideline. Sam?
Ryan, another exciting quarter of action between the Rough Riders and the Knights. The Knights defense standing tall in the first 2 offensive possessions for Grand Forks Red River, trying to avoid those big plays, some pass interference penalties called against the Knights. They'd rather take the penalty than give up the big chunk of yardage to the Rough Riders. Now down 2 possessions are the Rough Riders coming into quarter number 4. They're going to need to stop this Grand Forks Central offense, which has been on a rhythm all night long, and then put together another couple solid offensive possessions. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you very much, Sam Jensen, on our sideline this evening. 30-20, Grand Forks Central leading Grand Forks Red River. And again, if what we saw was correct, they've gone final in Wahpeton. 30-19, the Huskies appear to have defeated Fargo South tonight, which would put Red River into the playoffs. We'll take a look at that on Drive for the Title before this snap. On the right side of your screen, for those of you on video, South 1-4, Wahpeton 1-4. Everybody north of them has 2 wins. So that would mean Red River's in if that score is the correct score. Dosh going to throw a deep ball looking for Eddie Rogers. Rogers runs underneath it, had it, and dropped it. Noah Lease was back on coverage. Rogers had his hands on the football and couldn't reel it in. This game has been 2 absolute gunslingers throwing the football tonight, and we have more laundry back at the 25-yard line. Dosh stepping into a throw, and it would appear that Red River is going to be hit for a holding penalty, or at least a penalty of some kind. It has been a penalty-ridden football game tonight. And this one's going to be a holding penalty against the Rough Riders. They'll mark it off for the line of scrimmage. This is going to go back to the 22. And so now it'll be 2nd down and 14 for the Rough Riders. And the road gets back to being a little bit longer here. So here's 2nd down and 14 for the Rough Riders. 4 receivers, twins each way. Dosh waiting out of the shotgun has it. Red River gets rid of the football as Dosh finds his way over the middle of the football field. Catch and run to the 43. 1st down coming up for the Rough Riders as they change field position. That'll be Brody Neal that comes up with the catch for Red River. 21-yard pickup for Brody Neal in his first catch tonight. And a great zip by Matt Dosh, who was facing pressure. Brody Milliker had broken through for Grand Forks Central and was putting pressure on. Dosh gets rid of it. 1st and 10 from the 43. Dosh again flushed. Rolling right side. Throws it underneath. Nobody home. Just dumps it out of bounds. And incomplete. Clock with 11:26 left to go here in the fourth quarter. Our post-game report is on the way. And our post-game report tonight will be brought to you by the Ski and Bike Shop and Spring Advantage. And we'll have our halftime, or actually a second half highlights tonight. And also lots of stuff from the field tonight with Sam Jensen. 2nd down and 10. Dosh rolling right side. Hit us again as he throws this one up for grabs. This time it's picked off. Taken away by Brooklyn Bruce. Forced towards Manassa. Bruce comes up with a takeaway. Each team's turned it over once. Central comes up with a big turnover. They run it back to the 49. And now the Knights will have a chance to go take control of the football game. Brooklyn Bruce has been full of big plays tonight. 6 catches, 197 on the yardage, has a touchdown, and now a chance to take one away. And Central, 51 yards away from putting Red River in perhaps a 17-point hole. And an opportunity to perhaps finish this one off in the 29th annual Kushman Classic tonight here at Cushman Field. 11-13 to play in the fourth quarter. And here comes Central. 1st and 10. Pair of receivers to the right for Brody Ledecky. The young sophomore throwing the ball all over the field tonight. Naz Fisher is the back out of the pistol. He'll give to Fisher on 1st down. Counter play. Fisher getting behind the lead block of Eli Fisher out of the left side. And Naz Fisher will pick up about 3 to the 48 of Grand Forks Red River. Eli Fisher coming off of the right guard position and moving out to block, just a straight up counter play. Or I should say rather, not really a counter play, just Central taking advantage of a guard on the right side of the field, doesn't need to be there. Come out, throw the lead block. That's a pretty aggressive play for the right guard. Sometimes you want that position to be a little bit more athletic than just big. 4 receivers, trips to the right, triangle bunch off the edge, and more movement up front. Well, there was a jump from Pieper on the right side. Pieper's trying to indicate it's going against Central. Boy, it looked like Pieper got into the neutral zone, but they're going to call this against the Knights. And this one, it's not finishing rather cleanly tonight. I mean, this one has had its fair share of penalties called throughout the course of the night. So 2nd down and 12 now after the 5-yard mark-off against Grand Forks Central. 10-20 and counting here in the fourth quarter. If the result for South holds up, or I should say Wahpeton and South, we'll talk about the playoff positioning coming up here in a second. Shotgun snap, Ledecky throwing right side. Bruce trying to shed a tackler. Caught it at the 45 and is knocked out of bounds at around the Red River 44. Be a gain of 9 yards for Brooklyn Bruce. I've got him over 200 tonight now. Again, my number's unofficial, but I've got him for 206. We go back to drive for the title. And again, tonight, Kindred Central Cass deciding the regional championship. If Central Cass loses that game and Central were to win this one, Central Cass is the 2. If Red River wins this one, Central Cass would be the 3, assuming a Central Cass loss. Wahpeton beating South finishes up the playoff scenario. We'd know the 4 teams coming out. Ball batted on the right side, but caught by the Knights, and a 1st down perhaps at around the Red River 40-yard line for Brooklyn Bruce. It was batted, but Brooklyn Bruce comes back to it, makes the catch for another 4 yards, and it's 1st and 10 for Grand Forks Central at the Red River 40. And as far as positioning here, so again, Red River wins, it would be Red River 2, assuming a Central Cass lost to Kindred, it would be Red River 2. If Red River wins, 3 would go to Central Cass, 4 to Central. A Central win tonight, it would be Central Cass 2, Central 3, Red River 4. Naz Fisher in the backfield on 1st down. He stacked up, twists his way forward, maybe got to the 39. Gain of about a yard. It's been tough sailing for Naz Fisher tonight. 51 yards on the ground for Naz Fisher. Came into the night with 863 yards rushing and 12 touchdowns. He's added to his touchdown total tonight. Keep in mind, Central's had a touchdown taken off the boards. They did officially have 2 wiped out, but they got one of those back, scored later in that possession. 2nd down and 9 for the Rough Riders, or rather for the Knights. Clock under 9 to play here in the fourth quarter. Central leading 30-20 over the Rough Riders. Ledecky takes the snap. Fisher, right side stretch play. Now cuts back over the middle as that's going to be cut off. Tries near the hash and drives his way to the 38 for another hard sledding gain of a yard for Fisher. Host of tacklers out there. Xander Wayne coming down the near side of the field to make the stop. Xander had a tough year last year. Injury-ridden, didn't get a chance to play baseball. Had a football season that was shortened. It's been good to keep him out there for Grand Forks Red River all through the night and all through the season. And looking forward to seeing what he can bring to his game of baseball coming up this spring. Here comes 3rd down and 8 for Grand Forks Central. Clock will go inside of 8 minutes on this snap. Brody Ledecky out of the pistol, rolling left side. looking for an opportunity to throw. Fires downfield, wide open, Zaid Martin. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Grand Forks Central. Zaid Martin on the far side gets into the end zone from 38 yards out. A touchdown for the Knights that will put Central up by a score of 36-20 with 7:52 left to go in the fourth quarter. Second touchdown catch tonight for Martin, and that one will go for 38 yards here tonight. And now the Knights will look for an extra point opportunity to try to push the lead to 17. Brody Ledegy with an unbelievable game tonight for Grand Forks Central. He'll be over 300 yards passing this evening. The kick on the way from Dobrovolny is good, and Grand Forks Central will take a 37-20 lead with 7:52 to play in the fourth quarter. We have a timeout for media. We'll come back with more in a couple of moments. This is our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network and KNOX Live Sports.
Open all year round to the public, Eagles Crest offers space for holiday parties and family get-togethers. And of course, daily specials, appetizers, and all your favorites, including Sunday brunch buffets. Come in for the view and delicious meals at Eagles Crest Grill.
If you've got an electrical emergency, call RBB Electric. We are your 24/7 electrician. Your call will always be answered by an RBB employee ready to help 24/7. RBB Electric is on time every time. Your time is valuable, and we don't waste it. RBB Electric always calls ahead to schedule service. We are online always. If you suffer from slow download speeds, call our certified network designers and installers. On call, on time, and online. RBB Electric won't leave you in the dark. RBB Electric, your 24/7 electricians.
Grand Forks Central takes a 17-point lead by a score of 37-20. With the clock down to 7 minutes, 52 seconds left to go here in quarter four. Welcome back to our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, KNOX Live Sports. Ryan Cunningham with you here tonight. Sam Jensen on the sidelines. And our video work tonight, Cooper Freegee and Joey Springer. Excellent work tonight by those men once again. Good to have the whole team out here to be able to give a little extra juice to the 29th annual Kushman Classic, which has been a heck of a football game and certainly has developed in a way that perhaps we didn't expect. Ryland Dobrovolny kicking the football. It's battled a little bit and picked up on the near side of the football field by Red River's Brody Neal, and Neal will be down inside the 20. Forward progress, however, will bring him out to around the 21-yard line. The storyline here, again, my number's unofficial, but 8 catches for Brooklyn Bruce for 210 yards tonight. 79 yards receiving for Zaid Martin as well. So we may not have quite 300 yards passing this evening for Brody Ledegy, but the sophomore quarterback for Central getting his first start and taking full advantage. Eddie Rogers in motion. They'll run him on a jet sweep from left to right. Rogers stacked up as he gets to the 25 and will be stopped at around the 26 for a gain of perhaps 5. That'll bring us to second down and 5 for Red River. And in our post-game report this evening, Sam Jensen will be on the field. We'll talk with some players. We'll talk with our coaches tonight, all coming up in our post-game report. Dosh on second down. Fakes one to the right, throws deep downfield, has a man, pass intercepted. Trey Clausen comes up with a takeaway. Clausen moving out to the right side of the field. He'll drive his way down to the 48-yard line, and Grand Forks Central turns Red River over again. Central figured out their coverage issues in time to turn over Red River a couple of times tonight. Matt Dosh trying to throw the football downfield. It's really interesting that Red River has kind of just let the running game go. They haven't tried it a lot with Dosh and Noah Brandvold. They haven't tried that either. And maybe just because you're taking at this point in the football game what Central will give you. And so you got to go after where you think you can target them. And they've tried to throw it down the field, and every once in a while you're just going to have some tough results like that. Anton Perales back into the game now for Central. He'll get the football on first down. And Perales will charge forward for perhaps 4, maybe 3, to around the Red River 46. The line of scrimmage was the 49. And they're going to spot Perales actually just to the 47-yard line for a gain of a couple of yards. And right now the mission for Grand Forks Central is just simply not to turn the football over at this point. That's all they're looking to do at this point in the football game, is to avoid the turnover. Clock is their friend at this point, moving with 6:25 to go in the fourth quarter, and Central leading 37-20. Eli Thompson motioning from left to right. Shotgun snap, Perales on second down, found a big hole, burst second level, he's got a first down, twists his way inside the 35, down to around the 34. Looks like the line will have him at the 35 for a gain of 12. So a 12-yard gain for Anton Perales. Central picking up a first down, just going to work on the clock at this point. 1st and 10 coming up for the Knights, leading 37-20 on the All-True scoreboard. And with Central's effort tonight, but Red River's getting some help from Wahpeton, it would appear both these teams going to the playoffs. Perales on first down, running left side, will pick up a gain of 4. Scoreboard updates are brought to you tonight by All-True. Regular screenings with All-True's care team can detect illness before symptoms begin. Stay in the game of wellness. Schedule an appointment. Visit alltrue.org or call 780-5000. 2nd down and 7 coming up for the Knights from the Red River 32. Clock down to 5 minutes, 15 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Brooklyn Bruce to the right side of the field, and Zaid Martin to the left side of the field. Pistol, Anton Perales is back there. Ledegy watching the play count, or the play clock, I should say. Thompson motions. Perales looking up the middle, just runs into a pack, drives forward, then broke a tackle and slips out into the second level again. Inside the 20, down to the 19. A gain of 13 yards for Anton Perales, and Central's back in the red zone. 1st and 10 for the Knights at the Red River 19. Central perhaps trying to finish this off with an exclamation point, put themselves over 40 points on the night. That would be a heck of a result against a Red River defense that has not been a bad defense this year, but the Knights trying to kind of finish this off with maybe a little bit of a dominant look by the time the night comes to an end. Single receiver each side. Perales again, the back and the pistol. Running left, just getting low, then cuts back over the hash marks. Carries a tackler with him. He's inside the 10, down to the 8, and it's 1st down and goal for Grand Forks Central. The Knights on the doorstep of another touchdown, and on the doorstep of perhaps taking this one and putting it to bed. Central with a 1st down and goal, officially at the 9, and a big lead in the matchup as they take the lead at 37-20, and now look to put an end to this one here this evening. 1st down and goal from the Red River 8-yard line. A look across the line of scrimmage by Brody Ledegy. Ledegy will turn, take this one himself on the quarterback keeper. He's found his way to the end zone, and the sophomore's in for a touchdown. Brody Ledegy gets back into the end zone with 3 minutes and 31 seconds to go. Ledegy, who has done a tremendous job of leading this team tonight, gets to call his own number with an 8-yard touchdown run, and it's 43-20, Grand Forks Central up by 23. Extra point opportunity coming up for Rylan Dobrovolny. And the kick is on its way. Dobrovolny kicks it through the uprights, and Central leads 44-20 on the All-True scoreboard with limited time left, and the Knights are on their way to a big win in this year's Kushman Classic. Stay with us for more. Again, our postgame on the way. We'll finish this one off as we continue. This is our coverage of high school football on the Rivards Turf and Forage, Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network, and KNOX Live Sports.
Ready to launch your future? At Northland Community and Technical College, opportunity starts here. Train for high-demand technical and skilled trades or start with an affordable Associates of Arts degree and transfer with ease. Visit northlandcollege.edu.
The Kubota BX Series, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Talk to your Kubota dealer to schedule a demo.
For expert sales and service, visit Acme Equipment or online at acmekubota.com.
H&S Electrical Services is proud to support local high school sports. From homes to industry, we deliver safe, reliable electrical solutions. Locally owned and operated, our skilled team ensures quality and service you can trust. H&S, trusted in your homes and businesses.
Welcome back to Cushman Field this evening. Grand Forks Central pulling away down the stretch, leading by a score of 30-20 over Grand Forks Red River. Ryan Cunningham, Sam Jensen, Cooper Freegee, and Joey Springer with you here tonight. And the Knights about ready to capture the 29th annual Kushman Classic. But again, a lot more to come on our postgame report, so stay with us here tonight. Postgame report will be brought to you by Spring Advantage. Everything you need for spraying and application on your farm. And it will be brought to you tonight as well by the Ski and Bike Shop, ready to get you moving any time of the year in Grand Forks. Ryland Dobrovolny will kick it away after the touchdown by Brody Ledegy. Ball dropped momentarily, then picked up, and Brody Neal spins out of a couple of hits and is driven back after making his way out to the 16-yard line. And the Rough Riders will take over, first down and 10. Their own 16. You start to think about where teams are going to finish and who they're going to play. It seemed like the odds-on favorite for Grand Forks Central would be a trip to Devil's Lake in the opening round of the playoffs next Friday night. And Red River likely would be going to Minot North, the eventual West region. But again, there's a lot to be decided out there. They didn't have either or any of their seeds settled up tonight as well. Noah Brandvold gets the ball on first down, runs his way out behind the tackle out to around the 25 for a gain of about 8. And that'll bring up second down and 2 for Grand Forks Red River. Clock moving inside of 3 minutes now. 4 receivers each way. They give it to Brandvold again, trying to find a hole in the middle of the football field. He's got positive yards to run with across the 35 out to the 40. Gain of 15 yards for Noah Brandvold. Just going to check with Tyler Nelson. Wahpeton won. You got that? That was the official score, right? Okay, so Red River is into the playoffs. They will go in as the 4 seed out of the region. A give to Brandvold, trying to stretch out to the right, and he'll make his way to the 41 for a gain of about a yard. Just wanted to make sure every time you see that score from that really awkward scoreboard down at the State College of Science when it's a high school game, the Wahpeton Huskies logo sits over the guest score. And so you never know. I mean, home is obviously home, but strange things happen in Wahpeton. Second down and 9. Dosh waiting for a snap. Central brings a blitz. Dosh steps up against it, rolling out towards the near side of the field in some trouble, hit and brought down right at the line of scrimmage by Johnny Sherrick. No gain on the play. It'll be third down and 9, 2 minutes to go. Again, a lot coming up with the postgame report. So Sam Jensen will be on the field, and he will look to catch up with our coaches, players, all coming up on our postgame report. So stay with us for that coming up here. Postgame report will be brought to you by Spring Advantage and also by the Ski and Bike Shop. On third down, a step back, Dosh over the middle, pass caught, Reese Walters getting loose. Walters inside the 30 and down to around the 27-yard line for Reese Walters. Actually, officially at the 29 is where they'll stop it. So first down and 10 coming up for Grand Forks Red River at the Central 29. Riders trying to get down the field and score once more. Dosh throwing near side, pass caught and knocked out of bounds on the play will be the receiver Noah Iverson at around the Central 11 or so. That'll be another first down. And the ball going out of bounds should stop the clock. My apologies, at around the 16 or so, and it will be the 15 where they put down the football. Clock stops with 1:14 to play. And first and 10 for Red River. Dosh thinking about Coffin corner. Hit as he tries to step up in the pocket. Moves his way down to around the 14 and is spun down there. Gain of a yard. And it'll bring up second down. That'll take us inside of a minute to go here in the fourth quarter. Central will improve to 7-2. It'll be a 4-5 season for Red River, but a playoff season for the Rough Riders. Second down and 9. Throw to the right side of the field. Manassa spinning his way to the boundary. Down inside the 10 and around the 8-yard line. Clock to 35 seconds to go. And the Riders will have another chance at the end zone here. They're not in too big of an urgent situation. Trying to be a little bit more precise rather than quick in this case. Dosh looking left side, out of the shotgun snap, rolling to the right, has some pressure underneath, throws into the ground in the back of the end zone, and it's incomplete, trying to target Max Manassa. And here comes third down. That'll stop the clock with 17 seconds to go. Want to thank all of you for tuning in to KNOX Radio tonight, along with those of you watching through our video stream throughout the area. We appreciate every single one of you that have been with us throughout the course of this regular season of high school football. Here comes fourth down and 3 for Grand Forks Red River with 17 seconds to go from the Central 8. Dosh loads up, wants to throw, throws near side of the field, picked off, nope, incomplete. And Brooklyn Bruce had his hands on the football and was going to go the absolute length of the field for a pick 6 if he holds on to that ball. But he knocks it down, and Central will come out, put a knee on the ground, and will be ready to run this one out and celebrate a victory in the 29th annual Kushman Classic. Again, our post-game report is on the way. Lots to come from the sideline, brought to you tonight by the Ski and Bike Shop. They'll fit you out with boots, snowboards, skis, Trek bikes. They've got the beautiful bikes, the Ski and Bike Shop, and Spring Advantage as well. A knee taken by Brody Ledegy. How good is that going to feel for the sophomore? His first start as a Grand Forks Central Knight quarterback is to lead his team to a victory in the regular season finale in the Kushman Classic as Central defeats Red River tonight by a final score of 44-20. The Knights bring home the Cushman Classic and move to 7-2 on the season. They'll represent the East as the 3 seed coming up in the playoffs next week. Post-game report on the way, brought to you by Spring Advantage and Lake Region State College. Sam Jensen live on the sideline. Highlights from this one all coming up. Stay with us. We're back with more in just a couple of moments.
Whether it's a golf course, your lawn, a pasture on your farm, cover crop, or even a food plot to help you get that big buck, Rivard's Turf and Forage of Grand Forks has developed, mixed, and packaged the premium specialized seed you need for almost every application. Go to rivards.com.
Rivals on the ice, united in the stands, and everyone's geared up from Jarrell Sports Center and Hockey World. Hockey gear, fan apparel, Nodak Pride, we've got it all and more. Locally owned, 1004 South Washington Street. Shop local, shop Jarrell's.
Grand Trailer Sales in East Grand Forks is your go-to spot for enclosed utility, flatbed, and dump trailers in the Red River Valley. They have the biggest selection on hand of trailers with great pricing. If you're looking for parts, service, or simply to buy, GrandTrailersSales.com.
Signature Graphics in East Grand Forks is your one-stop shop for all your branding and design needs. From embroidery, vinyl wrapping, laser print, and more, fully customized from start to finish, all in-house. Signature Graphics. We craft your vision. You watch it come to life.
When you're in pain, you need more than just a doctor. You need a problem solver. Count on All True Orthopedics and Sports Medicine and get back to what moves you.
It's hard to explain what this feels like. We could try to put it into words, but nothing compares to experiencing it for yourself. You just have to get in the seat.
Visit True North Equipment at any of our 10 locations or at www.truenorthequipment.com.
Spray Advantage of Grand Forks carries everything you need for the chemical and fertilizer application on your farm. Pumps, tips, and tanks from 3 gallons all the way up to 10,000 gallons on hand. They can help with parts and accessories for the fertilizer and tillage equipment on your farm too. SprayAdvantage.com.
Apex Apparel is your quick turnaround apparel and promotional item shop in Grand Forks. If you're looking for direct-to-garment printing, embroidery work, or a huge selection of promotional items, come to Apex Apparel, your locally owned, family-run, quick turnaround apparel shop in Grand Forks.
The Ski and Bike Shop proudly supports our local high school athletes on the field, the court, and beyond. Just like sports, adventure starts with the right gear. The Ski and Bike Shop, where your next adventure begins.
Welcome back to our coverage of high school football postgame report brought to you tonight by Spray Advantage and by Lake Region State College. Let's go right to the field where our Sam Jensen is standing by with Zaid Martin on deck tonight for Grand Forks Central's. The Knights win this one tonight.
Thank you, Ryan. Here with Zaid Martin, star wide receiver for Grand Forks Central. 2 touchdowns tonight. Zaid, you're on to the postseason, but tonight you can take in the victory over your crosstown rival, Grand Forks Red River. How'd your performance feel tonight, and what's it mean to take down Grand Forks Red River?
It felt pretty good. You know, at the start of the game, we weren't really feeling it. We kind of came out a little slower than we usually are. And then the second quarter, we kind of just kicked it up a gear and just won the rest of the game.
Excellent job tonight with those 2 touchdowns. What was going through your head when you crossed over the goal line?
I was so pumped. It is the fact that the first touchdown was a little momentum mover, and then the second one was just game.
Thank you, Zaid. Go celebrate with your team.
Sam Jensen joining us tonight on the sideline. We'll get more with Sam Jensen coming up here as Max Manassa was just announced as the offensive player of the game tonight for Grand Forks Red River. And Brody Ledegy is going to be the offensive player of the game tonight for Grand Forks Central. So Grand Forks Red River, Max Manassa. Brody Ledegy with the throws that he made tonight probably deserves that and then some tonight for Grand Forks Central. Matt Dosh will pick up a player of the game award tonight for Grand Forks Red River from a defensive side of things.
And the defensive player of the game for Grand Forks Central, Brooklyn Bruce.
And Brooklyn Bruce will pick that one up tonight. So Brooklyn Bruce comes up with an opportunity here this evening to pick up a player of the game award tonight as well. And you see down at the awards table there, as our Joey Springer is down there with Brooklyn Bruce coming out to grab his award here this evening as well. And on your shot there, for those of you on the video side of things, left to right, that's Brooklyn Bruce, the defensive player of the game for Central. Brody Ledegy, the offensive player of the game for Central. Max Manassa, the offensive player of the game for Red River. And Matt Dosh, the defensive player of the game for Grand Forks Red River. Fantastic job done by them tonight.
As tradition, the Kushman Classic Trophy
and we're going to see the Cushman Classic Trophy that's delivered tonight to Grand Forks Central. Let's go back down on the field and watch the team rush in for this tonight. And here they come. Grand Forks Central claims the Cushman Classic for 2025 with a 44-20 win over Grand Forks Red River tonight. Great matchup. This was just a heck of a football game all the way through tonight. And now the fans will come running onto the field as well. And you can see our Joey Springer down there trying to get himself out of that mess as the Grand Forks Central fans storm the field tonight as well. Outstanding stuff on the field tonight, guys. Thank you. We're going to have more coming up from the field here in just a little bit. Regular season coming to a conclusion here tonight as Grand Forks Central defeats Grand Forks Red River by a final score of 37-20 tonight. And the Knights and Rough Riders renewing their rivalry with the Knights getting the better of it this evening. Take a look at some of the highlights that we had in this one this evening. We'll go through those as our post-game report tonight brought to you by Spring Advantage and Lake Region State College. But before we go there, we're going to wait a moment as Joey Springer catching up with Jake Schauer and Sam Jensen. Sam Jensen standing by with the head coach of Grand Forks Central. Let's go down to the sideline.
Thank you, Ryan. Here with the head coach of Grand Forks Central football, Jake Schauer. Your team defeating Grand Forks Red River tonight in the Cushman Classic. You're on to the playoffs, but tonight you can celebrate your victory over your crosstown rival, Red River. Talk about what this means to your team coming out of a 2-game losing streak to be able to regroup and get this big victory.
Yeah, you know, I mean, every time you play a crosstown team, it's special, all that stuff. But, like, we had to go with the old faceless opponent, you know, tactics this week. Like, we lost 2 games to 2 good teams, and we had to right the ship. No matter who we were playing, it was more important that we just played a 4-quarter football game, and really proud of the guys' effort and their focus, and it was a good night to be a night.
Talk about the defense coming out of halftime, not allowing 1 first down on those first 2 offensive possessions for the Rough Riders coming out of the break. That really allowed you guys to create some separation in this ultimate blowout victory.
Yeah, our defensive coordinators did a great job tonight dialing up a good game plan, but then the players executed. We had a good week of practice, assignment, alignment, play fast and physical. The guys played hard, Honestly, a couple closer plays, and it might be even a little different, but, guys made some risk-reward plays, and that's just our defense, so really proud of the whole team effort.
Looking forward to the playoffs, which will start next week. Big victory tonight. How do you get your team to settle back down and focus on your next opponent?
We talk every week. It's a 24-hour rule. You win, you celebrate for 24 hours. You lose, you're mad for 24 hours. But Sunday night when we get together to lift, we got to reset, and we got to just worry about us. So that's what it's all about.
Thank you, Coach, for talking to us. An excellent job tonight. Good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Ryan.
Sam Jensen on the field here tonight with Jake Schauer, the head coach of the Grand Forks Central Knights. And Sam probably going to bring it upstairs, and we'll begin to wrap up our coverage there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights that we had in this one tonight as the Central Knights are celebrating their big victory here tonight. We go back to the opening quarter. This is the first drive of the game. It showed us the gunslinging ship that this was going to be as Max Manassa comes up with the first catch on that ship tonight to make it a 6-0 lead in favor of Grand Forks Red River. But second drive of the game for Grand Forks Central, Brody Ledege steps into a ball, and wide open is Brooklyn Bruce to get himself into the end zone. And the Knights had answered back. Then later in the matchup, it's Naz Fisher. Hard running for Naz tonight. Makes the last 3 or 4 yards of this one work on his own. Physical running into the end zone to get the win there. Then later, how about Brody Ledege, the sophomore, continuing to stretch the field all night? He hooks up with Brooklyn Bruce again. This got him all the way inside the 8. They'd have to settle for, actually not this drive, but later they'd settle for a field goal. This time, Anton Perales gets him into the end zone, and Central took the lead by 2 scores. And Central would later see that lead cut back. Max Manassa, again, had the touchdown on the opening drive. Here he goes down the sideline, getting a big block on the screen. He goes into the end zone. 1-score game, and then Matt Dosh coming back for a quarterback sneak to put himself into the end zone. That cut the lead back to within manageable. But here's Brody Ledege again. Fires downfield. Wide open, Zade Martin. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Grand Forks Central. Grand Forks Central takes it out at that point to a 37-20 lead, and they end up winning by a final score of 44-20 tonight. Our post-game report has been brought to you by Spring Advantage. Everything you need for spraying and application on your farm. The difference between Spring Advantage and their competitors is that Spring Advantage has what you're looking for in stock. Tips, tanks, nozzles, pumps, grain carts, seed tenders. 2 locations to serve you in Grand Forks and St. Thomas. Spring Advantage, make them a part of your agricultural game plan now and for years to come. And our post-game report tonight also brought to you by the Ski and Bike Shop, where they've got what you're looking for to stay moving and active in all seasons. Trek bicycles, they are the best, the highest quality. From Trek, you know you've got the right thing that you're looking for. And when it comes time to be fitted for boots, for snowboards, for skis, they've got you covered at the Ski and Bike Shop. The Ski and Bike Shop. Make sure you stop and see them to keep yourself moving. Hey, let's go about taking in our player awards tonight. Our PS Garage Doors Player of the Game Award winner is brought to you by PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. That's 772-DOOR. The PS stands for Painless Shopping. When you go shopping at PS Garage Doors for a new garage door, they'll have you covered with the makes and models that you're looking for. They take care of all the installation for you at PS Garage Doors. Call 772-DOOR. The Player of the Game Award tonight, Brooklyn Bruce. 8 catches, 210 yards for Brooklyn Bruce tonight. Clearly the Player of the Game Award for Grand Forks Central this evening. He'll win that award. Compliments of PS Garage Doors tonight. And our Finest Auto Trim, Finest Cover of the Game is brought to you tonight by Finest Auto Trim. Big or small, they cover it all. Finest Auto Trim specializes in recovering vehicle and marine seats. Finest Auto Trim has you covered with those different types of seats that you need for better support if you're in your implements right now. If you're in those situations where you're looking to get better support, you're going to spend long hours in those implements. Maybe if you did and harvest is over, but you realize you need help for the future, Finest Auto Trim is where you need to go. Finest Auto Trim, big or small, they cover it all. and our finest auto trim, finest cover of the game tonight. Well, that award has to go to Matt Dosh with the interception that he had earlier in the game that took away when Grand Forks Central trying to go in on a short porch. It kept Grand Forks Red River in the matchup. That interception for Matt Dosh was huge at that point, and Matt Dosh will pick up the finest auto trim, finest cover of the game, brought to you by Finest Auto Trim in Grand Forks. What a night tonight for Grand Forks football. The Knights win it by a final score of 44-20. We thank all of you for joining us in this one. Stick around because we do not yet know what our coverage plans are going to be going forward. That's the one thing about this that we're still left to wonder. As far as the matchups that we're going to get, the times that we're going to get those types of things, those are all things that we're going to have to figure out going forward into the future, because next up is going to be, well, the playoffs. And so stay tuned for further broadcast details on what that looks forward to going up in the future. But Central and Red River will both be making their way into the postseason coming up next week. A big thank you to Sam Jensen, Joey Springer for our sideline work tonight, Cooper Freege for our videography work down below. I'm Ryan Cunningham. Your final score this evening is Grand Forks Central 44, Grand Forks Red River 20. The Knights take home the 2025 Kushman Classic. On the radio side, we join regular programming in progress. On the video side, thank you for joining us tonight on KNOX and the Rivards Turf and Forage Grand Trailer Sales Sports Network.